Foreign places talk about taking over. We ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, take time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our own, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our own, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our own, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. People, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please be seated. I can lend it to you, you know. Honorable members, Minister Manikchan, this school bell is very popular, and we now have a list of MPs who are volunteering to ring this bell so we can get a quorum. This is serious. So if you want to come on the list to ring the bell, please. We're not talking about in the ring. We're talking about ringing the bell. We will, the House will resolve itself into committee to continue consideration of the estimates. And I'd now like to invite the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, the Honorable Onesh Walron, and her team to take us through Agency 23, the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce. And I invite you to turn to pages 150 and 151. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Program 23, Agency 23, Program 231, Policy Development and Administration. Honorable Member, Mr. Sears.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Honorable Minister, with regards to account 6116, contracted employees, we see a slight increase here of from last year to this year. Could the Honorable Member share if there's an increase in contracted employees and what positions are these?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your question. 6116, this increase caters for the additional staff, 1 EPMA, that's the Policy Planning Unit.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much,
Member.
Minister Walron. Coming down to the bottom there, 6251, maintenance of road. Could the Honorable Minister share which road is being maintained?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, this caters for the repairing and maintenance of the internal road at the NEC compound. As you're aware, Mr. Chair, that the NEC compound is where we host our Guy Expo and other similar national events.
Thank you, Minister. MP Sears.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. With regards to the local, that's 6261, local travel and subsistence. Local travel and subsistence. Could the Honorable Member share With these local travels, if this is an intent to expand the domestic tourism, or this has to do with some other objective under the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, the travel and subsistence caters for, in addition to travel in relation to tourism, it's in relation to the other kinds of engagements and mandate of the ministry, which is commerce and industry. So it's in addition to other tourism related outreaches.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I would just like to turn our attention to 6281, Security Services. Just for the record, could the Honorable Minister mention or share with us which security firm is contracted through this line item?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, there is the NELS Global Security Service.
MP.
If I may, Mr. Speaker, I know I might be jumping it a little bit, but just so I don't have to ask this question again, is this the sole contractor to the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, or you have other security firms attached?
Minister.
The NELS Global is for 3 of our locations. We have about 9 other locations, which includes industrial parks. So it's just 3 out of 9 or so of our locations that NEL is being used for.
MP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Honorable Minister. With regards to, let's just turn our attention really quick to national and other events, 6291. We note an increase from last year's allocation to this year. Could the Honorable Minister share with us what constitutes the increase and what is the largest budgetary allocation per an event, per national event?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The increase caters for additional expos and the regional food festival. We're introducing also a cultural week during Tourism Awareness Month. So it's catering for more of these activities. What we find, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, when we have had our regional food festivals. These have really gained in popularity. When we do our Christmas villages, more people are coming out. We realize that this is really has been so popular, and people have lauded it. We have given opportunities for small businesses and small vendors to go out in these when we have these food festivals and other kinds of festivals. So we want to expand and come and build on these activities, especially the ones on Main Street.
Just a quick follow-up to this question, Mr. Speaker. With the introduction of the Global Super League, Madam Minister, with the introduction of the Global Super League last year, is there any allocation for that event or during the period?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank you. The Global Super League is not an activity that is under this line item, national and other events. The honorable member did ask what was the largest allocation for under this line item, and it would be the allocation for the Japan Expo 2025, which is a every 4 years we have these international expos, and Guyana will be participating. If you recall, 4 years ago, we participated in the Dubai Expo, and this allocation, largest allocation, is for participation in the Japan Expo this year.
MP?
I'm happy to hear that. Honorable Minister, with regards to the Japan Expo, what is the criteria and who's the target audience, not target participants for this expo?
Okay. Well, it's the world. It's Mr. Chair. It's 150 countries will be participating in the Japan Expo. So the target audience is putting Guyana on a global stage as it relates to tourism. We also use this opportunity to advertise, to promote Guyana's investment opportunities. We use our booth for that. So and the program, the expo runs for about 6 months. So it's major exposure for Guyana at this point.
Thank you
MP?
very much, Honorable Minister. I think my question was somewhat misinterpreted between the participants and the audience. In terms of participants or representatives from Guyana heading to the expo, what is the criteria and who is the target participants or the persons who are going to be representing Guyana?
MP? Minister?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. The participants, so we have a very small team that is headed by the National Exhibition Center, they are responsible for our events, and the Guyana Tourism Authority. It's going to be the Guyana Office for Investment, as well as I mentioned, our investment opportunities, using the booth for that opportunity as well. 2 members from the Go Invest will be attending, and 4 members from the Ministry of Tourism, GTA, our planning committee. It's the same group that plans all of our events, which is the exhibitions, our food festivals, all of these events that you're seeing are getting glowing reviews. That team, that group of people, they're the ones that will be going. We also have we took the opportunity to do a national day in Japan. That will be just for 1 day, where we display, have a cultural display, and we're taking a team from of artists, local artists. Japan has indicated what number of persons they will allow that they will be sponsoring, and so we have a team that will be going there to have a concert, a cultural display. And so those members, but they will just be staying for about 3 or 4 days.
MP? Honorable Member, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you very much. I wanted to go to volume 2. And of course, on page 126, under the performance statements, one of your strategies is to develop and coordinate the implementation of reforms with regard to the ease of doing business. And of course, you have under your impacts the ease of doing business again. And I'm wondering if you can give us an update on the single windows program and how we are in terms of achieving those targets, which I know directly impacts on that.
Minister?
The ease of doing the single windows project, we will be going live on the next month. We have already gone live on the 20th, please. We have 2 agencies. We're starting off slowly. 2 agencies are currently on the platform that we're doing a trial run before we add all the agencies, and of course, looking at where gaps are. And so the technical team has been working on that with the 2 agencies. So we have begun a gradual deployment of the single windows, but it is live, has been live since the 20th.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for
Mr. Speaker,
agent
I have my mic.
MP Finance.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Looking at the same volume 2 on page 126, I am at indicator number 6. It says the percentage change in the nominal value of domestic credit to the private sector in 2024 is 18%. Target for 2025 is 18% also. I'm asking, can the Honorable Minister say how many individuals and or businesses does this percentage represent? That's my first question.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being told that this indicator is a national indicator and only the banks will have access to that information.
MP Finance.
Thank you. Could the Honorable Minister say what informed that number being placed in the volume 2? Because once it's placed here, we should have data to back up the percentage.
Honorable Minister.
Just a minute, please, Mr. Chair.
MP Finance.
Page 126 of the page is indicator number 6, page 126, volume 2.
Mr. Chair, I'm advised that the domestic credit to the private sector, the value of it is indicated in percentage, and so it is said it's 18% of what? The annual increase is 18%.
Thank you, sir. Yes, that is indicated here, Mr. Chair. But Mr. Chair, I'm asking specifically, the 18% either represents businesses or private sector individuals that would have received these credits. It would have come from various financial institutions. I'm asking, what does 18% represent in the terms of a number? How many persons or businesses actually access these finances, and what institutions they were accessed from?
Minister.
So yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So private sector, not individuals will be a separate category. Private sector will imply and means companies, please, here, Mr. Chair. And these are all accessed from commercial banks.
MP Finance.
Thank you. On the very same item, can the minister disaggregate the small, medium, and large-scale businesses that access, how many small business, how many medium scale, or how many large business actually account for the 18%?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, we will get this information and lay it over, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Program 231, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we will continue with the current. Let's go to page 152 and 153. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 23. Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce Program 212, Business Development, Support and Promotion. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Sears.
Thank you very much, sir. If we can turn to account 6283, sorry, that would be 6284, other. Could the honorable member share what this constitutes?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Other would include industrial development. This is a publication of expression of interest for industrial land, publications of invitation to bid for construction works, publication for security service, rental of skip bins for industrial estate at Collagen, procurement of consultancy services to implement the export readiness program, and other kinds of procurement of graphic design services for promotional material, posting of services at the Guyana Trade Help Desk portal and the price analysis database, caters for uniforms for the scrap metal officers who are conducting monitoring duties.
Thank you, Minister. MP.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. If there's no follow-up on that, I would just like to go down a little bit at 6302, training, including scholarships. Could the Honorable Minister share with us if these scholarships only apply to staff?
Minister.
No, under this line item, the scholarships does not include staff. This is specifically targeted for the businesses that we will be identifying and working with in the various regions.
Okay, and where will these training be conducted, and what training will these be?
Minister.
So for this year, we continue with our training, and we'll be catering for 250 businesses to be trained. The last year we trained 169. So there'll be 50 participants in region 6 and 10. They'll be trained in supply chain management. Then for 40 participants in region 7 and 9, they'll be trained in financial literacy. Customer service training for 20 participants in region 8. Leveraging technology for 40 participants in regions 2 and 3. And virtual trainings will be targeting participants across all regions will be done in areas for including systems management, communication, supervisory management, and marketing.
MP.
And who will be conducting the training?
So these trainings are conducted by different consultants. As we are about to embark on the training, we'll send out expressions of interest invite bids for individuals in the respective capacities and areas.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Honorable members. Honorable Member, Ms. Hughes.
Thank you. Going again to volume 2, I notice that, of course, your objective is to foster business development. Indicator 5 has the number of small businesses that receive loans and grants. And it's gone from 123, and your target is 182. But when we look at the subsidy has moved from 331 to 335. So I'm just trying to understand, how are you going to fund it?
Minister?
The 331 that you mentioned, Mr. Chair, thanks the honorable member for the question, is from recurrent. I think that you're speaking of the grant program, that comes from the capital.
Honorable members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just a quick
Honorable
follow-up.
member, Mr. Sears.
Follow-up. Is the honorable minister saying that the funding is sufficient to raise the number from 123 to the target in 2025 to 2,182? Is the fund sufficient?
Minister?
So, yeah, the short answer is yes, Mr. Chair. The ministry, in keeping with the Small Business Act, which provides that the Small Business Development Fund will provide for support and access to financing for small businesses. So the ministry has taken a policy direction to move away from a traditional small grant-based system towards a more strategic community development engagement project. So we've identified several small businesses in various communities to get better access to financing and support in a way in which that encourages growth and their ultimate sustainability.
My final follow-up question.
Go ahead, MP.
In terms of allocation, you would have mentioned that it's strategic. How much percent out of this amount, this targeted amount, is geared towards ecotourism businesses?
Minister?
This is out of our Small Business Development Fund, and ecotourism has not been targeted. This targets our agriculture and agro-processing sector. Ecotourism will probably be considered on the next cycle.
Thank you, Minister. MPUs?
Thank you. So I was wondering whether, again, we're looking at your objectives in Volume 2, whether you had any plans to promote our local products overseas. And if not specifically, how would it be funded? And I know when you go on a trade fair, you kind of take a couple samples, but anything more substantial than that might come out of course, your objective to foster business development.
Minister?
I thank the honorable member for the question. We do have at the ministry, we've developed the export readiness program, and this will be doing that. It's strategic to indeed target and focus on strengthening the capacity of our local businesses to access international markets. It will be aimed at improving the knowledge and skills and of our small and medium-sized enterprises to successfully export their services. So this program is geared on preparing businesses for the export markets by offering practical guidance on market entry strategies and export compliance and product standards and international marketing, to name a few.
Thank you, Minister. MPUs?
Thank you for that answer. And I want to go to 6255. And we notice that's maintenance of other infrastructure. And I'm just wondering whether there was a specific new infrastructure that was being covered under that, since the cost has increased almost 100%.
Minister?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. This increase caters for additional weeding and cleaning. And last year, we only had 4 locations we were maintaining, where this year we'll be maintaining 9 locations, hence the reason for the increase.
Thanks, Minister. MPUs?
Could we ask briefly where those 9 locations are, or what they are?
You may recall, Mr. Chair, that we've built 2 additional call centers, and the one other location is the chip factory.
Thank you, MP.
6242, maintenance of buildings. Again, if you could explain which buildings are maintained under that category, and we've seen a large increase too, so just to get an idea of which ones.
Minister?
Right. So, Mr. Chair, the increase caters for the maintenance of 5 buildings that were not catered for in 2024. So these buildings include the Belvedere Business Incubator, Lethem Business Incubator, the Collagen Estate Office Building, which is a new building, and the Tuition and Elmore call centers.
Honourable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for Agency 23, Program 232. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, we have allocated 1.5 hours for this head, and a half an hour for this head. We are now just 2 minutes over that time. I will allow another question on another head if you have. If not, I'll put the remaining heads. We can go to 154, 155, or capital. Tell me which one you want, Devin.
Yeah, we take the
Which one of the capitals? Which program? Which?
Ganesh. You go first, please.
MP
We do
Finance?
program 2, business development support and promotion, if that's okay.
Which page are we on? 501.
Looking at volume 2, 128.
Honourable members, I propose a question that is sum stated for Agency 23, Program 231,
232.
232, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Fernandez.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Minister, a few minutes ago, responded when it comes to indicator number 5, the number of small business that receives loans and grant from the Small Business Bureau. She referred to the capital expenditure that is going to the Small Business Development Fund. That amount moved in 2024 from 450 million to 2025, 600 million allocation there. 2024, we had 123 persons receiving from that amount. And on average, that would give you 3.6 million per recipient. But now we're moving to a target in 2025 of 2,182 recipients. And with the amount of $600 million, that would give you an average of $275,000 on average. So I'm asking the Honorable Minister, what exactly is informing this number, this 2,182? Are you specifically targeting a different type of business? And because the allocation there is 600 million for 2025, could you give the House a little bit of explanation as to how we're moving from 123 to 2,182 recipients when we're only moving from 450 million to 600 million?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I mentioned, we have changed focus from the dispensing of the small business, small grants, and moving towards the strategic community development projects. So it's providing small businesses to come together in different areas. And so the small business team went out to the different communities, done the research on the ground, and we have and they have indicated, as I have indicated, to foster entrepreneurship, to create jobs in these communities, to boost the local economies. Right, rather than giving out grants, we've identified different projects. So in different communities, there might be prawns farming, hydroponics, cashew nut farming, several shade houses across the different communities. And so this is to ensure that the small businesses are involved in community projects, community entrepreneurship, and they are integral part of the local community to boost it, and we will be providing the necessary resources to support these initiatives.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Fernandez.
Thank you, sir. Sir, could the Honorable Minister say, based on that explanation, you said, for example, you said prawns farming. Could you say how, because we're looking at the number 2,182, if you were saying that that's the amount of small businesses that will receive from this 600 million, how many, the categories that you have just went through cannot cater for 2,182 small business? So are you saying that you are looking at individuals that would be employed within each of these individual sectors, small business sectors, and that's how you get into that number of over 2,000?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, 2,000, that number was when the focus was on the disbursement of grants. Now that the focus has changed, that number no longer applies. But Mr. Chair, with this new focus and this project developments, it will be the access and the impact will be way beyond the impact as it would be for grants of 200,000 being dispensed to 2,000 individual persons.
Thanks, Minister.
So just my final question on this, sir. Could the Honorable Minister just confirm that now they have moved from actually giving small businesses the loans and grants, like she just said, to giving individuals a 200,000 grant? And if so, how are these persons being identified within the various communities?
Honorable Minister, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think the honorable member is doesn't I think she's missing the point. It is no longer identifying individuals. So, for instance, please, Mr. Speaker, in Oriala, where there is a aquaculture, there are farmers, people doing the interest that has been indicated by the community is that they would like to get into the aquaculture. The they're in Maracaibo. They're interested in having shade houses where they grow value-added crops. In Camarang, 10 10 persons, 10 farmers have indicated that they would like to get into the solar aquaculture. So every community, it is geared towards the needs and what the community has requested. And out of these, there's going to be jobs are going to be created. For instance, in Oriala, it's estimated a good amount of 20 jobs will be created. In Maracaibo, an additional 20. So these projects, that is what is geared to for the community to, in addition to fostering entrepreneurship, create jobs and to ultimately lend to sustainability of the community and entrepreneurship in the specific communities. It's targeted and based on the additional in individual communities.
Minister, I think I'm suffering from a senior moment. Didn't you say similarly for the previous answer that your people went out in the community, you changed the focus, and now you're dealing with community business projects? All you're doing now is identifying specific communities you went to, right? I'm just trying to ensure I didn't hear wrong or I wasn't suffering a senior lapse. Honorable member misuse.
No.
Honorable members, I'll have to now put the question because we are almost 11 minutes over, right? Honorable members, I put the question, I'll have to put all of the remaining heads, and these pertain to Agency 23. Agency 23, Program 233, Current and Capital. Agency 23, Program 234, Current and Capital. Program 231, Capital. Program 232, Capital. And that covers all of it. And I put the question that the sums stated herein stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stand part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Minister, and your team for taking us through your agency.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, may I just take this opportunity to thank my entire team, the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, for all of their hard work and their support.
Thank you, Minister, and your team. Honorable members, let us prepare for the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Honorable Vikram Bharat and his team. And I invite you to turn to pages 162 and 163. We will take all the current and then take all the capital. And we have an hour and 30 minutes. Honourable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Ministry of Natural Resources, Program 261, Policy Development and Administration Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 23, Program 261, Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let's go to pages 164 and 165. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 264, same agency, 262, same agency, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honourable member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. 6284. Could the Honourable Minister disaggregate that? Well, when he's finished, I'll have the follow-up question.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and let me thank the honourable member for the query with regards to 6284 other under 262. Mr. Chair, there's an allocation of 1,045,000. The breakdown is to continue the reclamation and reforestation project, an allocation of $300 million. To continue the mineral mapping project, $735 million. Advertising costs, $5 million. And the review of the mining regulations in Guyana, $5 million.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. For some reason it wasn't coming on. Sir, with regard to the reforestation, sir, last year a similar amount was allocated, sir. Can the Honourable Minister say what was done with last year and what will be done with this year's similar amounts?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in 2024, the budgetary allocation was used to develop and to reclaim lands in Region 10 specifically. An average 30 acres of land, which we did significant amount of reclamation. It's one of the old bauxite mining pits, very close to the residential area on the Wisma end of Lynden. We also spent some of the provision provided, the allocation provided, to do some amount of reforestation in the Bisaruni area in Region 10, mainly due to the amount of forest fire we experienced during the dry weather that we experienced in 2023, 2024. There were a number of forest fires across the country. As you know, at that point in time, there was limited capacity to deal with forest fire. Thankfully, now we have had a partnership with the Brazilian government where we are enhancing our capability and capacity to deal with forest fire. We've had a number of personnel trained in Brazil, and we continue the collaboration with the government of Brazil to enhance our capacity because it's something that we must be ready for. Climate change is real, and we've seen already a prolonged dry spell. We have seen what is happening in the US as well, in California, the massive forest fire ongoing. So it's something that we cannot take lightly. So some amount of the provision was spent to do limited reclamation, because this is not pits we are speaking of, this is burnt out vegetation, but to do some amount of reforestation in the Bisaruni area in Region 10. And specifically to do reclamation, which was as I mentioned, on the Wisma end of Lynden, very close to the residential area. We have planted over 2,000 seedlings or trees on a 30-acre plot in that area, varying from different species, bulletwood, barmali, acacia. Some of them are fast-growing species, while some of them will require longer periods. Mr. Speaker, I want to say too on this particular project that on average, and many countries would have experienced it, many countries are ongoing reclamation, reforestation, and the average cost per acre in most countries would range between 15 to 20 million US dollars. Sorry, 15 to 20 million Guyana dollars. We have managed through the collaboration between the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission and the Guyana Forestry Commission to bring that cost per acre well below $10 million. Well below $10 million, creating employment as well. I'm happy to say that during that project at the Korea and Lynden, we would have created over 100 jobs, temporary jobs during the phase of reclamation, reforestation. And we have a few permanent jobs now, ensuring that we maintain that site. With regards to the allocation for 2025, this allocation will go towards a similar reclamation exercise, this time in Region 8, the areas surrounding Madhya, because I'm not sure how recent or how often we visit those communities. Maybe MP Sinclair, who is from Madhya, will tell you that the areas very close or within the boundaries of the township, there are large mining pits, some of them abandoned. Those are the areas that we are targeting again in 2025. A total of 30 acres in Region 10, while we intend, in Region 8, sorry, while we intend to expand the Region 10 reclamation from 30 acres to 40 acres as well too. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. MP Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, could the Honorable Minister turn to Volume 2, page 138? I'm looking at indicator number 4. It says a number of sanctions related to natural resource conflicts issued in 2024 was 82. However, the minister's target for 2025 is 400. Could the minister say if this 400 is an indication that the ministry plans on sanctioning more persons to this amount of this year? And which industry in specific is this related to?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me thank the honorable member for the question too. It's a very good question because in the sector that we manage, Mr. Speaker, there are always infractions. Monitoring mining in Guyana is not an easy task by itself. Sometimes we are very critical on the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission and the Guyana Forestry Commission and the officers. But we have to understand that the terrain that they work in, the condition of leaving their families on the coast and working in the interior is very difficult. It's a very difficult task to manage mining activities in general. So what we expect that due to the increased monitoring capabilities and activities in mining districts, we expect that we will have a reduction in infractions in 2025. What we have endeavored to do is to move towards monitoring by the use of technology, because at some point in time we will have to transition almost fully to using technology, even though the cost of it is expensive. Because having over 50 stations, field stations, that is a combination between GFC and GGMC, and having 200 or 300 personnel, you would understand and you would agree with me that it is very difficult to monitor all the mining districts and all the forest concessions within our interior regions. So we're expecting, first of all, to ensure that our compliance and our monitoring increase significantly in 2025. And that is something that we're committed to doing, to do at the Ministry of Natural Resources. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Speaker. On the same line item 6284, in the 2024 budget, the minister announced $400 million of that sum there would be committed to mineral mapping. So could I ask the minister what has been done with that $400 million to kickstart the mineral mapping inventory, and if you can share that inventory or whatever is there so far with the National Assembly, and also if you can say exactly what was done in the area of critical minerals with respect to lithium, which the minister promised at the end of his budget speech. He expressed that there is a need for there to be mineral mapping in that area because of our transition to renewable energy. He expressed that importance, so I'd like to know what was done in that area.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the mineral mapping project, which started in 2024, will continue into 2025. And as mentioned in 2024, when we were at this similar exercise, I would have mentioned that it will be a multi-year project. This is an exercise or a project that should have been done a long time now. It is very critical, it is very necessary, especially in keeping with our commitment in the low carbon development strategy. It's actually included in that low carbon development strategy that we need to ensure that we have a proper inventory of our forest stock, which we would have completed, and also a proper inventory, updated inventory of our mineralization across the mining districts throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, we went through a public process of contracting a company from the US. We would advertise. We had 5 companies, 2 from the US, 2 from Canada, and 1 from the UK, responding to that advertisement. Through an evaluation process, Global Venture Inc. out of the US was contracted to carry out this exercise. This exercise, Mr. Speaker, the last time, as a matter of fact, the last time we did a mineral inventory in Guyana, I think it dated back to 1968 or thereabouts. So it is very much needed, but I think the reason why it wasn't done in the past, it is because of the cost factor. It's very expensive to carry out a total mineral mapping exercise in all the mining districts in our country. And that is why we've decided that we are going to focus primarily on 4 of the major mining districts in Guyana, namely the Northwest Mining District, the Mazruni Mining District, the Pataru Mining District, and the Peruni Mining District, which happens to be the four mostly active mining districts in the country, and which we believe that these mining districts contain most of the mineralization. And when we say mineralization, or we speak of updating our mineral map, Mr. Speaker, it's not only about gold, because most of the time we only think that mining is gold only. But what we have contracted this company to do is to recognize, based on their survey, all minerals that exist in Guyana, and to possibly put a quantity on it or quantify it. And also the project entails physical drilling too. So it's not only about the aeromagnetic survey, which will be done this year, but it's also about physical drilling on the ground once areas are identified that there is mineralization or some form of mineral. Before I go to the deliverables in 2024 as asked by the Honorable Member, Mr. Speaker, let me speak on lithium because that was one of the questions that was asked by the honorable member too. The issue only, and yes, we did mention, as a matter of fact, we mentioned in 2024 and 2023 that the critical minerals are very important, and we have to ensure that if there are critical minerals exist or there are traces in Guyana, that we must be able to explore and to find it. And this project here, part of this project is to ensure that we look to see if we have those critical minerals in Guyana, which includes lithium. As you know, it is a very sought after mineral, especially with regards to commitments around the world moving towards renewable energy. So, Mr. Speaker, in 2024, of course, there are some amount of data at GGMC. There is some amount of data at GGMC. So obviously the project would entail developing a dynamic data integration and modeling platform. Mr. Speaker, there's a question, so I'm attempting to answer that question and to provide enough information as possible. And we also have to remember that it's not only for us in this house, but the public is also looking at it. And this is a very critical and important sector, which means that we must provide the information that is necessary. So the reconnaissance survey was done in 2024. The inception report and strategic roadmap was done by the company in preparation for the physical survey in 2025. The stakeholders engagement plan was drawn up. The environmental baseline work was done. Capacity building, of course, we have a number of staff from the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission, which are being trained by the company, because when the project is finished, it is expected that GGMC will continue the process. So, Mr. Speaker, I do hope that this will bring some amount of clarity with regards to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, part of the guidelines is that the policies for which these allocations are made, persons can speak about the policy, question about the policy. And if we could question about the policy, we should accept to listen to what the policy is. Honorable Member, Mr. Holden.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Minister for that marathon answer. I have a number of other questions. On the same line item, or rather I should skip, Comrade Speaker, because I don't want another marathon answer. Let's look at 6302, training. Mr. Speaker, under this program, the natural resource management, if you examine volume 2 of the budget estimates, you will see a series of strategies and explanations as it relates to the impact of those strategies. On the issue of gold has declined more than 30% from 2019. So, in fact, the declaration from small and medium-scale miners would have dropped by over 33,000 ounces. So my question is, what strategies were implemented from 2020 to 2024 to improve the situation with gold, and why those strategies would have failed? And what new strategies will be implemented in 2025 to ensure that the country benefits from a significant increase in declarations from small and medium-scale miners?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And I can assure you that the question has nothing to do with the line item that was asked by the honorable member. But for clarity, and as I mentioned, it is important that we share information with the viewing public. I will offer an answer to the question. But the line item referred to the honorable member is with regards to training. Training of wardens, training of officers who monitor. That has nothing to do with gold production and decline of gold production.
Declaration.
But,
Declaration.
but we will answer the question. There is nothing wrong with answering the question. The figures are there. The figures are there for the public to see. It's no secret. And unlike the honorable member, Mr. Chair, the honorable member decided to compare 2019 from 2019 to 2024. But what should have been done by the honorable member is to compare from 2016, because your government was managing the sector in 2016, from 2015 onwards. So 2016, Mr. Chair, we had the highest production in country, over 700,000 ounces. 2017, there was a decline. 2018, there was a decline. 2019, there was a decline. 2020, there was a decline. 2021, 2022, 2023, there were declines. So our peak gold production was in 2016. And then after 2016, every single year, under both governments, we would have seen a decline in gold production. We would have seen a decline in gold production. So I wanted to make that point for us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of factors which contributed to, one, the massive increase in production in 2016, and I mentioned that in my budget speech, with regards to Troy Resources and Aurora Gold Mine, then Guyana Gold Fields, starting production. And we know that for one of these large-scale companies to start production, it takes about 3 to 4 years for them to build out the mine and to start production. So then we know in 2016 when the production peaked, we know that the build out of those mines started since 2012, 2013 under the People's Progressive Party Civic Administration. And then we saw the decline after 2016. We saw the closure of Troy Resources. We saw the change in ownership of Guyana Gold Fields from Guyana Gold Fields to Zijing Mining Company in 2020, early 2021. Those are some of the factors that affected the large-scale production. With regards to small and medium-scale production, we have seen a decline over those years, starting from 2017 right down to 2023. And there are a number of factors.
Repetition.
One, Mr. Speaker, is the increase in alternative economic activities and job opportunities, especially on the coast, with the advent and the development of the oil and gas sector. We have seen many persons leaving the mining sector, especially operators, truck drivers, and working on the coast with contractors, with oil and gas company, mainly because these people live on the coast. And in the past, they would leave their families and their home and work in the interior in the gold bush. Now they can live on the coast with their family in the comfort of their own home and still earn almost the same amount of money that they earned previously. And that is a fact. Whether we want to play politics with the sector or not, that is a fact. And we can easily verify that. Mr. Speaker, other factors, climate change is real, as I mentioned. And we would have suffered over the years. One, we had a severe flooding. I personally went into the Mazaruni area where the water was about 15 to 20 feet above normal height. And it's impossible. It is impossible to conduct mining in those conditions, especially when your pits are flooded. Then after that, we had severe dry season, drought. And you would know too that it is impossible to do mining without water. Then it is no secret in Guyana that there is a shortage of labor, especially in those sectors that operate in the hinterland regions. Added to that, Mr. Speaker, we have always been mining in areas that have always been accessible and are close to communities where people dwell, especially in Northwest, especially in Madhya and Bartika area, because they're easy to access or they're close to where we live or we dwell. Mr. Speaker, after mining these areas for decades after decades, you would expect that the amount of minerals that exist will diminish over a period of time. And these factors, among many others, would have contributed to the decline in the gold production declaration over those years. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that in 2024, I'm happy to say that in 2024, we have seen an increase of over 2,000 ounces in our production for the first time after 2016. What is important to note too, Mr. Speaker, that even though it was a slight increase in production in 2024, we have earned, gold has earned an additional 181 million US dollars in 2024 compared to 2023. And the final part of the question, I believe, was what are we doing to address the situation? Mr. Speaker, we have been working with Aurora Gold Mine, Dijing, so much so that Guyana today can boast of its first underground mine, world-class underground mine, for the first time in the history of our country. So much so that we have seen an increase in production by that company in 2024, and we are projected to see an increase in 2025. Mr. Speaker, what we have done in 2024 is that we have awarded over 400 small blocks, the Guyanese small miners, because it is important that small miners have access to their own land. That has always been a cry by small miners, and it will continue to be a cry by small miners. Everyone wants land, but they want land with gold on it. That is the bottom line. If you ask a miner if you want land, you would say, yeah, you want land with gold on it. You just don't want land. So, Mr. Speaker, we have, in 2024 alone, we have awarded over 400 small blocks to Guyanese small miners. And we are investing over $2.5 billion in the road network, in upgrading and maintaining the road so that there is also accessibility to those mining blocks as well too. What we need to do as a sector is to ensure that we work with miners to increase their recovery rate, because the recovery rate in our country is too low. It is too low, and once we can work with miners to increase the recovery rate, it simply means that the sector would be even more profitable and our production would be definitely higher. So it is a work in progress, Mr. Speaker. It will always be a work in progress. I, as Minister of Natural Resources, or the next minister, the next one, will never be able to solve all the problems in the mining sector. But that is why we're here. We are working with miners to work on the issues and to have them resolved as they come up. Thank you very much.
Don, you want to? Don. Let Don do it.
He got recognized. Can I go ahead, Mr. Speaker? Thank you, thank you, Comrade Chair. To the Honorable Minister, I am looking at the same page, 262, Agency 262, page 138, Minister. As one of your indicators, you have number of pilot studies completed. In 2024, your figure is 15, and in 2025, I see you plan to complete 31. Out of those pilot studies that you have completed in 2024, or the ones you're planning to do in 2025, is there any plans to establish a GGMC office in Cameron? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the honorable member pointed exactly what I was referring to when it comes to doing pilot studies and testing to increase the increased recovery rate, because I know the honorable member is from a predominantly mining community and is very much interested in the sector like we are too. So it is obvious that we work together on increasing. So most of these studies were targeted to look at possible ways in which we can increase recovery rates. What other methods can be used other than mercury too? Because as you know, we have to phase out the use of mercury. So we we will ensure that we will continue these surveys and projects, because we have to work with communities like Jawala, like Koanada communities, to see how we can have equipment at a central point to do some amount of maybe what we call a term as toll processing, if possible. If possible. That is another method in which we can increase the recovery rate. With regards to the station in Cameron, what we can do, I think, what we can do is to, at this point in time, is to increase the frequency of visits by GGMC and by the wardens, not only to monitor mining activities, but also to lend support to the community, technical support to the community, because I believe that is what is needed. And what we have said to mines officers is that you are not mining police. You're supposed to lend technical support to the communities, to the miners, so that they can improve their methods of recovery, and also health and safety is critical with regards to mining too. So we can commit to more frequent visits, but we have no allocation in 2025 to set up a permanent station there as yet. So I don't want to promise and then we cannot fulfill. But what I can promise is more frequent visits to lend more technical support to the community. Thank you.
MP Hastings. Honourable members, I will now put a question that the sums stated for Agency 26, Program 262, Natural Resources Management, Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please turn to pages 166 and 167, and I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Program 264, Petroleum Management, Current Expenditure, now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, I now put a question. Honourable member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, sir. And I start off on volume 2, sir, page 140, indicator number 5. Number of new PSAs issued. 0 in 2024, 4 this year. Can the Honorable Minister say where and who are these 4 that you preempted you will be issuing this year?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I think the honourable members on the opposite side wanted to save time or to hurry my answers so that we can reach the petroleum management sector. And I want to say that we have nothing to hide about the management of the petroleum sector. And we will answer the question, whether it's here in Committee of Supplies, or whether you have a question anywhere. We will answer the question, we'll continue to do so. So I don't know what is the big noise about. But we are willing to answer any question anytime, not only in Committee of Supplies. Mr. Chair, the question was asked of the PSAs, that there's 4 PSAs that will be issued in 2025. Now, Mr. Chair, you would know that we started a process of ensuring that we craft a production sharing agreement that will be a model PSA used in every single engagement as we move forward in the oil and gas sector. It will be a PSA that is based on international standards and a PSA that will bring benefits to Guyanese, or bring more benefits to Guyanese than the Stabroek Block PSA. Mr. Speaker, we started that process over a year ago of ensuring that we build out a PSA that will be recognized internationally and that will bring additional benefits. So much so that we have changed the fiscal terms in the new PSA. We have changed the fiscal terms in the new PSA that existed in the Stabroek PSA signed in June of 2016 by the then APNU AFC government. The PSA that was signed in 2016, Mr. Speaker, it covers the Stabroek Block. And I want to say to my Guyanese brothers and sisters that the PSA covers only one block. The model PSA that we have developed will cover all the other blocks outside of Stabroek. And there are many others, the Kanji, the Kaichor, the Orangewood, the Roraima, Kanuku, the Quarantine, and now we have the new ones that were auctioned. Mr. Speaker, the new fiscal terms in the PSA, as promised, will bring additional benefits to Guyanese. And let me just go through a few for the benefit of our people. In the 2016 PSA, there is 0% taxation. There is 0% taxation by the company. That is the agreement signed by the APNU AFC government in 2016. The APNU AFC government signed an agreement to say that it will be 0% tax. 0% tax, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes I don't think they want to hear it, but it's true. In the new PSA, and even the Honorable Sherwin Holder, when he spoke, Mr. Speaker, and when the Honorable Opposition Leader spoke too, they made commitments to reviewing the Stabroek PSA. I didn't hear from either gentleman that they will renegotiate, but I heard the word review. We have made it clear that we are not going to renegotiate the Stabroek contract. We have made it very clear that we are not going to renegotiate the Stabroek contract, but we are going to develop a model PSA to bring additional benefits for any other PSA that will be signed with any other company, including ExxonMobil. And if you look at our manifesto, indeed you would see renegotiation / better contract administration. You cannot read part of it and leave the other part. It says / better contract administration. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the fiscal terms that has already been changed in new PSA that the Honorable Member asks of is, instead of 0% tax in the Stabroek PSA, any future PSA moving forward will have 10% tax. Mr. Speaker, instead of 2% royalty in the Stabroek PSA, we will now have 10% royalty in any future PSAs. Mr. Speaker, instead of 75% cost recovery in the Stabroek block, we will then have a 65% cost recovery. And what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? It simply means more money up front for Guyana while we are still paying off the cost bank or the capital investment by the companies investing. In the Stabroek block, the agreement is 75% cost recovery. So it simply means that 75% of the oil or the revenue goes towards repaying the cost bank. And out of the 25%, Guyana gets 50% of the share of that. And that is where you get a 12.5% share of oil that Guyana enjoys. Mr. Speaker, we have kept the 50-50 profit and loss. That is in the Stabroek PSA. We have kept that in the other PSA. We have ensured that work programs are adhered to, and that if the work program is not adhered to, there is a penalty whereby the operator, the companies, must pay at least half of the amount of money that was allocated towards that work program. So we have made that promise, and we have delivered on that promise, whereby now we have 2 model PSAs, and I say 2 model PSAs because one is for deep water, which has different conditions with regards to work program, and then there is a shallow water PSA, which have different conditions with regards to work program. But the fiscal regime remains the same for the new PSA as I just highlighted. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the 4 PSAs that the honorable member mentioned, the four PSAs that the honorable member is inquiring of, it is to deal with the bid run that we had, and those are the 4 PSAs that will be awarded or signed in 2025 with the companies that will be awarded those 4 blocks. So that is the 4 PSAs that will be awarded in 2024. But the 4 PSA doesn't mean 4 different PSAs. It just means 4 PSAs for 4 blocks. For 4 blocks. So in no way we are doing specific PSA for a block. The PSA for all blocks must be the same, shallow, and all must be the same for deep. The fiscal conditions are all the same. It is just 4 PSAs for 4 new blocks that will be awarded. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr.
Mr. Chair, I'm sure we asked who. Sorry, he's already said it's all public information. So we asked him who, if you're going to sign one PSA 4 blocks. Who, sir? And you can start again on a whole new speech. Public is looking.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will, or we will, announce the 4 blocks that will be awarded by the companies at a later date, and for obvious reasons too. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 26, Program 264, Petroleum Management Current Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to pages 503. Page 503. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 261, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
No, sorry.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 261, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Program 261. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Program 261, Capital, now stands part of the estimates. Program 262, Natural Resource Management, Capital Expenditure. I propose a question that this stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that Program 262, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The program now stands part of the estimates. Program 264, Petroleum Management, Capital Expenditure. I propose the question that this now stands part of the estimates.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Mr. Speaker, Program Code 44600, Oil and Gas Sector Development. Could the Minister say why there isn't an allocation under this code to deal with or to kickstart the arbitration?
Honorable Member, maybe I can help you frame it a different way.
Could I ask the Minister if there is any provision under this allocation which deals with the arbitration process to recover the $214 million flagged in the audit? Since I noticed the staff which would have been fingered by the government in relation to this matter, who would have been disciplined, sitting behind the Minister, I assume that we're progressing with it.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, when a question is asked, it's only fair that we provide an answer for it. It's not a question session, it's a question and answer session. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, the question that was asked of the honorable member, it's a bit too late, because he had the opportunity, I think, when we were examining the current expenditures, to ask that question, because it won't be part of capital spending. It will not be part of capital spending. So, under the current expenditure, with your permission, yes, we do have allocation on the current expenditure, but it doesn't apply to this capital estimates that we're examining. But I believe that the honorable member wants to make a political statement rather than to ask a question.
It's not a political statement. Simple.
Similarly to all the noise that I've been hearing on the opposite side, when I've been answering the question too. So I think, in all fairness, I should give an answer, I should provide some information to the honorable member with regards to that. And in fact, this question was asked of me in 2024, estimates by the honorable member, Ms. Annette Ferguson. I think Ms. Annette Ferguson is the member that asked the question with regards to the 214 million and who carry away the money and where is the money and all sorts of fanciful questions. But again, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member seems to not understand how an audit functions. It has nothing to do with money. It has nothing to do with physical cash. An audit is basically going through the expenses of the company and to ensure that the expenses of the company are petroleum related. And at that point in time, or for the forest audit, we had IHS Market that was contracted to do that audit from 1999 to 2017. And the report submitted would have shown, the final report submitted would have shown that we did not agree that $214 million, which was added to the cost bank, it was not used for petroleum expenses, or either they did not provide enough evidence or receipts or invoices to justify that it was used for petroleum expenses. That is how an audit functions. So it has nothing to do with cash transaction or money missing or money here. So we need to understand the process. We need to understand the process as to how or why an audit is carried out. It simply means that the government is saying, based on the advice from the consultant, that we don't accept this part as being petroleum expenses, or you have not justified or have enough evidence to show that this should be part of cost bank. That is what it simply means, Honorable Member Ferguson, because it seems as though you're still not understanding the process of doing an audit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Mr. Speaker, he still didn't answer the question, but I'll move on in the interest of time. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, we had a World Bank grant. I say this because under the same code, this is a World Bank loan. So there was a collaboration with the World Bank. A grant was given for $1 million to bring in the Mexican consultant who would set up an oversight program to lead to the setting up of the Petroleum unit in the EPA, where we would have had about 36 professionals there in petroleum, in health and safety, and the environment, different things. Can the minister say what has become of that program? And would you agree that, all right, let me leave it right there. What has become of that program?
Mr. Chair, again, the allocation has nothing to do with this capital allocation here.
I should have said if it was merged into this program by some means, because it's World Bank, and it's along the same line of training the oil and gas sector. So I want to know if it was merged into this program.
Mr. Chair, I see no way how it could be merged into 2025 budgetary allocation if this grant was since in 2019, as the honorable member mentioned. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, we can answer any question. We are not afraid of. I could have easily said, like the honorable members wanted me to say yes or no. I could have said it's not part of the program and I could take my seat. So in all fairness, even though it is not part of the budgetary allocation here, I choose not to say that and to take my seat, but to offer an explanation in the interest of transparency and for the people who are listening as well too. The $1 million grant, this is separate. I think he's mixing up the $1 million grant, which is separate from the $20 million loan from the World Bank to manage and to build out the framework of the oil and gas sector. Right? So, Mr. Speaker, it was mostly designed to build out or to form or to establish the Department of Energy, which was, I think, under the Ministry of Presidency at that point in time, headed. Forgive me, I don't think, Mr. Speaker, I should call a name, or I should call the name of director at that point in time, but it was headed by a gentleman at that point in time. Mr. Chair, it was also used to build out the capacity of EPA, as mentioned by the honorable member, to build out the capacity of the EPA to manage the oil and gas sector. Because you could imagine that we had an environmental protection agency that was unprepared. And we knew that we discovered oil in May of 2015. We signed a PSA in June of 2016. We were preparing for forest oil in December of 2019. And I sat in this house from October 2016 onwards, and I could recall almost every single member of the government then boasting of forest oil, and that forest oil will be soon. But then nothing was being done to build out the framework to manage the oil and gas sector. The honorable member mentioned a grant in 2019-2020. A grant in 2019-2020. That is why I took my time to chronicle the events in the oil and gas sector. Discovery in May 2015, PSA signed in June 2016, forest oil in December 2019, but we are speaking of a grant in 2019-2020 to build out the framework and to assist the EPA and to set up a Department of Energy when we were coming to Parliament every single year from 2016 onwards, boasting of forest oil. But we did nothing to build out the framework to manage forest oil. Rather than we were helter-skelter, we were rushing in 2019 to set up a Department of Energy under the Ministry of Presidency and to build capacity at EPA at that point in time. Mr. Speaker, what is important to note too, that if you issue a production license, then it must have an environmental permit with it too. It must have an environmental permit. So if we were building capacity in 2019, 2020 at EPA, how is it that EPA issue an environmental permit for the LISA 1, LISA 2 license production area? That is a question that we need to answer, because there was no capacity at that point in time. And that is why, Mr. Chair, the EPA illegally issue a 20 years environmental permit for the LISA project. A 20-year, Honorable Opposition Leader, a 20-year environmental permit for the LISA 1, LISA 2 project. We went to court, the Honorable AG went to court, and it's illegal. How can you issue a 20-year environmental permit for a project? So yes, it was meant to enhance and to build out the capacity of the Environmental Protection Agency to deal with the new oil and gas sector. That project has continued. We have trained. We have about, I think it's about 15 to 20 persons who are trained to work with the oil and gas sector, the Environmental Protection Agency. We have built out monitoring capacity at the Environmental Protection Agency so that we can monitor our maritime space and detect oil spills and any activity, especially around the production areas. So much so that we can monitor almost in real time any vessel approaching or moored alongside any one of the FPSO offshore. That is the capacity that exists presently at the Environmental Protection Agency. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Holder.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Minister, the EPA and UAFC did nothing in terms of the legal framework and capacity building, yet he refers to a loan currently being utilized by this government that was put in place by the UAFC. But Mr. Speaker, there is more to it, and I want to ask the Minister this. This very loan that we're talking about, the $4.2 billion loan that we're currently talking about, could the Minister say why his government did not utilize it and had it languishing 2020, 2021, for 3 years, Mr. Speaker? Then they started to use it. Also, I recognize at the end of this year, they will not complete using up all the sum. And this project, I think it got an extension rather. They asked for an extension. It was to be from 2019 up to 2024. The World Bank would have granted an extension up to 2025. And if you look at volume 3, you will see just that, 2019 to 2025. So my question is, well, there will be, with this allocation of 850 million, that will carry it to about 78%, leaving about 22% unspent. How is government intends to deal with that?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Honorable Member is right. The 20 million that we got under the World Bank project will not be exhausted in 2025.
They didn't use it for 3
but
years.
rather it will go over into 2026. We are talking to the World Bank to extend that project. And not extend the project because we failed to utilize the money, or we did not implement or build out the framework. Mr. Speaker,
They didn't appreciate that we put the foundation
sometimes
in place.
there is a mentality that if you have a loan, you have to use all the money. Mr. Speaker, we are working contrary to that. The idea is not to spend out the money. The idea is to ensure that we build out a framework and an architecture to manage the sector in a very cost-effective way. And I can tell you that every new framework that is in place, the new act, the Local Content Act, the new bill that will come to Parliament has already brought significant changes in the way in which we manage the sector in a very prudent manner. So we could have simply used it out and say we complete our program. But Mr. Speaker, building out the sector is a work in progress. It is a work in progress. So I want to say that indeed we will extend this project into 2026 as we continue to build out the framework, the legal and regulatory framework to manage the sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
MP?
Speaker. So they will have to obviously ask for an extension again if they haven't done so. Mr. Speaker, on the same line item, on the same code, in the first 26 discoveries, oil discoveries that is, the nation was given up an update on each discovery. And that amounted to about 11 billion barrels. 20 more discoveries has since been announced. I believe the figure is now around 46 discoveries in the Starbuck block. But yet we have no update in terms of the reserves that are there. Now, my question to the Minister, is there any appropriation in this sum in terms of monitoring and understanding the oil reserves level as new discoveries occur? And why is this government failing to release an update on the reserves? I want to add this to it as well, Comrade Speaker. Now, there is a decommissioning cost that is taken out, that goes into Exxon's account. And a key aspect of the equation to calculate the decommissioning cost is the level of reserves. It has to be used in that equation. And therefore, we would not know, or the nation would not know, whether we are being overcharged or undercharged if we don't know what those reserves are. In fact, Exxon would have reported that they provide the government with the necessary information, and so I conclude that they have the information at hand, and therefore I would like to ask them as well how much money has been paid to Exxon or deducted over the years in terms of decommissioning costs.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, again, I think the honorable member is asking the question under the wrong project code, but nevertheless, we will answer. Mr. Chair, there is no reason, when you look at it logically, there is no reason for Exxon or the government of Guyana to withhold any information as to our discovered resources. As a matter of fact, it would be counterproductive not to say we have 15 or 20 or 30 billion. It will make Guyana a more attractive place for investment. It will make our basin even more attractive with regards to companies wanting to come into the Guyana basin. So I don't see the rationale as to the thinking behind it, that maybe the government is withholding some kind of information and it's state secret and they don't want to see how many oil is there. It is counterproductive not to say that. Because look at our bid round, for example. We decided we're going to go to the bid round without the 3D seismic survey, that we are going to go at it with the limited data that we had. Now, had we done the 3D seismic, which would have probably taken 24 months at a cost too, and had we say that our discoverable resources in the Stabroek block now is 20 billion barrels of oil, it means that we would have attracted more interest. It means that everybody would have wanted to be a part of the Guyana Basin. So I wanted to say that up front because it is being proffered that the government is withholding information, or Exxon is not withholding. It is counterproductive. Look at a company like Exxon. If Exxon can say that we have 15 billion barrels of oil in the Guyana Basin, the share price go up tomorrow morning. Look at it logically. The share price will go up tomorrow morning right away. So it's not that we don't want to say, but that is the figure. We cannot manufacture a figure and say, oh, we have 15 billion, oh, we have 30 billion. We have to ensure we say the truth to the public. And that is the truth. We have 11 billion barrels of oil. The honorable member mentioned about the additional discoveries and all that. Yes, but we have had a slowdown too in the amount of discoveries that we've had over the last year or so. But if the honorable gentleman understand how the sector works, is that yes, you may have a discovery, and they may say, oh, we encounter 150 feet of oil-bearing sand, and you might decide that you're going to use that to shore up your resources, or to say this is equivalent to 2 billion or 3 billion. It don't work like that. There's an appraisal program that follows every discovery, and it could go either way. Based on the appraisal program, it could say, look, instead of 165 feet of oil-bearing sand, we now have 250 feet. And we can estimate at 500 million barrels of oil. Or the appraisal program could go the other way and say, you know what? Maybe we overestimated it at first. And the reality is, it is not 165. It is just 65. And it is not 500 million barrels, it is just 200 million barrels. So you need to understand the sector too, how it works. It's not going and find an ounce of gold and selling it to the gold board. It's a totally different ballgame when it comes to the oil and gas sector. So yes, you might have additional discoveries, but when you carry out the appraisal program, you realize that, you know what? Yes, we said in 2022 and 2023, we had 10 discoveries and it should be X amount. But when you carry out the appraisal program, you realize it is not really that amount. We have to readjust the amount of recoverable barrels that we would have declared. So it is not a straightforward thing to say that, oh, we had 50 discoveries and then we had 6 more, so we're supposed to increase. It don't work like that. It is based on the appraisal program by the company. And again, I'm going to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, it is counterproductive and it makes absolutely no sense for the country or the company not to declare the true amount of resources. Thank you.
MP Holder.
Yes, thank you, Comrade Speaker. The Minister, I don't know if he forgot the last part. The question was loaded in terms of how much money was paid to Exxon or withdrawn to deal with decommissioning costs.
Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, but that will be part of the audit that is being done. The decommissioning fund is something that was introduced in the Petroleum Activities Act. There was no decommissioning fund before the Petroleum Activities Act. And the Petroleum Activities Act was passed in 2023. It was passed in 2023. There is none of those new developments. I think it's Waru and Whiptail that has started to produce as yet. So with regards to the information that the honorable member is requesting, that will be part of the audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Now, same program, it deals with capacity building, and so, Comrade Speaker, under the previous government, we would have set up under Vice Chancellor Griffith at the university, a petroleum engineering training department in collaboration with UWI and the University of Trinidad and Tobago. So I'd like to ask the Minister, whatever happened with that program, and if any sums here are allocated to boost that program, which was started by the previous government.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, again, this is probably a program that gentleman is referring to maybe in 2018, 2019, I don't know when is the period. But again, this is 2025 and we have moved far away from that. We have moved far away from that, so much so that the University of Guyana from January 2025 is free, which includes the petroleum program at the University of Guyana. So it simply means that any young Guyanese who wants to study in the field can go and register at the University of Guyana free of cost. Free of cost. Besides from that, Mr. Speaker, we are building out the Guyana Technical Training College. The Guyana Technical Training College in Borbiz. And that technical training college have already graduated. I personally was at one of the graduation where 24 young Guyanese from across the country graduated, and they're working on the Unity, the Laser Unity FPSO as we speak. Mr. Speaker, recently another 25 was graduated from that program, and we will continue to see young people graduating from the Guyana Technical Training College to work in the oil and gas sector, besides from free university education. And there is a petroleum program at the University of Guyana. So maybe the question was asked just to show or to justify that the APNU AFC, they were doing something with regards to training Guyanese. Well, if you did, yes, but I'm showing you what we are doing now too. But I'm showing you what we are doing now too with regards to training Guyanese to work in the oil and gas sector. We have about 10 young Guyanese through a partnership with CNOC who are studying in China presently on a scholarship program, and they will return soon to work in the oil and gas sector in Guyana, as well as a number of other persons who are studying through the BID program and other scholarship program who will offer services to the oil and gas sector. That is what we are doing with regards to training, Mr. Speaker, so that Guyanese, young Guyanese, can be certified and trained to work in the oil and gas sector. Thank you.
MP?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So essentially not very much at the University of Guyana. I think the minister said something, and I think I should respond in terms of a question. I don't think he understands the level that the University of Trinidad and Tobago is at in terms of oil and gas, their expertise and experience in terms of that program which I referred. Comrade Speaker, we're talking about building capacity.
The first statement you made, is it asking him a question if he understands that too? Because you made a statement.
Well, I don't.
I should give him a chance to talk about his information about that. Go ahead.
Well, certainly if he wants, he can comment on it. But I'll move on to capacity building. That's what we were talking about in terms of the oil and gas sector here under this program. And I noticed, Comrade Speaker, that in volume 2, under the indicators at number 7, number of jobs created in the natural resource sector. In 2024, you had 5,368, but the target for 2025, when you expect to see an increase based on all these things that the minister just said that they are doing, in terms of the sector and the sector growing, to new heights, we noticed that there is a target of just 1,980, which is way below 50% of what they claim to have achieved in 2024. Could the minister explain that decline, the reason for that decline?
Minister?
Mr. Chair, I would have some difficulty with this particular question because I don't think the good gentleman is reading the budget too well, with all due respect. The figures that he would have made reference to falls under Agency Code 261, Policy and Administration. And we are discussing now 264, Petroleum Management. So I think there is some kind of misunderstanding, or either he's not reading it properly. because the figure that the gentleman read out, it says that in 2024, number of jobs created in natural resources sector 5,368. The target in 2025 1,980 is under program 261. And the natural resources sector, Mr. Speaker, it covers oil and gas, it covers mining, it covers forestry as well too. And what we will see in the mining sector is a number of employment being created, especially with the expansion of the bauxite sector. Primarily Bosai and Lynden, they will employ a few hundred persons more from either Lynden or surrounding area. We will see the OCO project starting to build out that mine in Region 7 in terms of mining, in terms of the oil and gas sectors I mentioned. And we all know that the oil and gas sector, it is not labor intensive, it is more capital intensive. So you will never find the oil and gas sector employing 25,000 people like the forestry sector, or 30,000 people like the mining sector. You will find that the oil and gas sector require more highly skilled technical personnel as we move forward. We only expect one FPSO arriving in Guyana late in 2025. We expect that FPSO to move to production or go into production. So with regards to the oil and gas sector and the expansion of the oil and gas sector, we will only see that FPSO coming later 2025 and going into production sometime late 2025. So I'm sure that in 2020 we will see a difference in terms of not only job creation but production as well in the oil and gas sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Same volume, volume 2, page 140. Indicator number 3. Number of new licenses issued for exploration and production activities, 1 in 2024. Sir, you're going to, Mrs. Minister, you're saying you're issuing 2 this year, sir. Can you tell us who they are, where, sir? Or is it another you can't reveal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. Under 264, the one license issued in 2024 would be the whiptail production license. The one in 2024 is whiptail production license, and the two that is expected, the two that are expected to be issued in 2025 has to do with the 7th project once it is approved, and possibly the gas project once we advance to that stage too. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I think this is a good time to put a question that the sum stated for Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
On the same page, you speak to effective local content strategies are implemented. Could the honorable members say, how is it, which are the approaches they are using to local content? Is it just the question of the company being Guyanese, or would it extend to mean as well that a large percentage of the goods and services that are sold, the content is of Guyanese origin? And if the latter is true, what are the measures you are taking to make it efficacious?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, let me first of all thank the Leader of the Opposition for the question on local content, because it's a very important area, especially with regards to bringing benefits to Guyanese and Guyanese businesses. Now, the local content legislation or the bill when we passed in Parliament, it set out certain conditions to criteria as to which company or who can be registered as a local business and be given a certificate from the local content secretariat. And we said at that point in time that the company must have at least 51% ownership by Guyanese. So it simply means that we're not shutting out foreign investors or investment, but rather they can partner with Guyanese and Guyanese companies. They can hold 49%. And that company can be registered to acquire a local content certificate. So if we have a company with 51% ownership Guyanese, 49% ownership foreign, it is still considered to be a local company, providing that the other criteria are met too. And the other criteria, we said that the directors, senior management, we must have at least 70% senior management within that company. So even though you might have 49% foreign ownership, you must have 70% local directorship or at a senior managerial level. And then we went further to say that you must have at least 90% local employees working in that company. 90% Guyanese must be working in that company. And even went further, not in the criteria, but even went further to advocate to ensure that the 90% of employees that are employed are at a certain level too. Because we don't want our workers only to be cleaners or labor. Not that anything is wrong with that, but we want Guyanese too to be involved in the technical, managerial, supervisor positions that exist in the oil and gas sector too. Today we have a number of companies registered. The Honorable Opposition Leader would know too that we have had a lot of issues with some companies and some Guyanese. Some Guyanese basically, if I can use the term, selling themselves short, in the sense that they sometimes actually don't hold 51% of the shares in terms of assets or capital invested. But on the submission to Martin, we would see 51% that is owned by the Guyanese company. So it's something that we have guarded against. We have had a number of issues where one company even took us to court, and we have had to sort through those issues. So there are a few issues with regards to the implementation that we've been working to address and to ensure that we can use the local content legislation to bring more benefits to Guyanese and Guyanese businesses. To date, we have seen significant benefits coming to Guyana. And what I'm happy to note, Mr. Speaker, is that even though there are 40 services in Schedule 1 with specific targets, as we call them the carve-outs, we are seeing foreign companies coming to Guyana, and even though they want to invest or engage in a service that is not in Schedule 1, they're still engaging local partners, because we have made it clear that we are going to review the local content legislation, especially Schedule 1. So that is a good sign to show that even though the service is not within Schedule 1, that these companies have started to look for local partner and local partnership. And that has brought even more benefits to Guyanese. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Minister.
Chairman,
Honorable
I think
Leader
you
of the
missed the
Opposition.
second part of the question. I said there are two models. One is ownership, which you spoke to. But then at the level of product, for instance, this is a bottle of water. The cork probably came from somewhere, the label from somewhere, the bottle from somewhere, only the water is possibly from here. And even that we're not sure of. The question is, in terms of improving local content vis-a-vis product, what is being done? Because you can have, the ownership is okay, but you can have a local company bring everything from Trinidad or everything from the US, and it does nothing to improve the productive capacity of local products. And to me, it's a deficiency that we should address and recognize.
And Mr. Chair,
Minister, go ahead.
I agree with the leader of the opposition. The local content legislation was in no way designed to build out a massive retail sector. And I think that is what the opposition leader is getting to. And we agree, because we said that from inception. We could have left Schedule 1 wide open, and then we could have had companies from Guyana buying pipes and buying Christmas trees and buying risers, and then resell it to Exxon. But then what we have to guard against too is that, and I don't know, it's a Christmas tree. What we have to guard against too, Mr. Speaker, that could have been easily done, but what we have to guard against and know too is that we, Guyana, is paying for half of this. So if we create this massive retail industry, we say that we're offering opportunities to Guyanese that they can just buy these pipes and sell it to Exxon, then they start acting as middlemen. And when you start acting as I'm coming to the point. When you start acting as middlemen, then you carry up the costs, which we are paying half for. So the whole idea behind it was to ensure that we build capacity so that we can manufacture here locally. And that is important. We have to build out capacity in our local private sector so that we can build capacity, we can produce our own products. We can have those companies come in Guyana and establish in Guyana so that whatever is being manufactured is done right here in Guyana. I take, for example, we can always talk about the small producers, the farmers in Blackbush Pool, or the waters you mentioned producing in Guyana and going offshore, or the smaller services that is needed. But what about the valves and the pipes? We could have agreed that a local company can just buy these valves from Italy or wherever, and they can sell it back to Exxon, which will carry up the costs. But if we can encourage those companies to come and establish a presence in Guyana and have it being done right here in Guyana, then only then you would achieve true local content. Only then you would achieve true local content. So the idea behind it is to build capacity so that we can produce locally, that we can build locally, that we can manufacture locally, and not just to build out a retail sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to put a question that the sum stated for Program 264, Petroleum Management Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and your team for taking us through your agency. Honorable members, let us invite the Honorable Minister of Public Works and his team to take us through Agency 31. As of now, we have 2 minutes of savings on the schedule. And I don't waste it now. Honorable members, let me turn your attention to pages 172 and 173, Ministry of Public Works, Agency 31. And we start the clock at 4 o'clock. It's now 4 o'clock, and I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Program 311, Policy Development and Administration Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, let me take this opportunity to say a pleasant afternoon to the staff, my former staff, at the Ministry of Public Works, then Public Infrastructure, now Public Works. So, welcome. Mr. Chair, may I turn the honorable member attention to line item 6111 on the staffing details. I note here for 2024, you had 5, and for 2025, there will be an increase. Can the honorable member explain the reason for the increase and where the 3 additional staff will be assigned? Thank you very much.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And in the same breath, let me thank the honorable member for the question and to recognize the hardworking staff that lend support to myself and Minister Indar at the Ministry of Public Works. There will be 3 new positions: 1 field auditor, 1 senior registry supervisor, and 1 registry supervisor. We had a transfer of, well, the movement of 1 person, the DPS.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Ms. Ferguson, yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Honorable Member for his response. May I turn the Honorable Member attention to line item 6116 on the staffing details, contracted employees. I note for 2024, you had a figure of 4, but in 2025, you have an increase by 2. Can you explain the reason for the increase and also the positions for these 2 contracted employees? Thank you very much, or positions rather.
Mr. Chair, the vastness of the work of the Ministry of Public Works should have seen us hiring much more. But under this program, what we're talking about here right now are 2 cleaners.
MP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mr. Chair, through you to the Honorable Member, may I turn his attention to line item 6264, vehicle spares and parts, or service, sorry. I note for 2024, you would have exhausted the sums approved in this House. But I recognize for 2025, you're requesting an increase by probably 2.1 million. So can you explain the reason for the increase? That's 1. Secondly, can you say the number of vehicles within the fleet and also where these vehicles are assigned in the ministry. Thank you very much.
Minister?
Mr. Chair, the reason for the increase, which is, you would agree is not a big increase, is because we have acquired other vehicles. These are operational vehicles. This program deals with policy development and administration of the ministry. And it's just the additional vehicles that we have taken in order to get our work done.
Thanks, Minister. MP Patterson.
Thank you, sir. 6321, subsidies to local organizations, sir. And if we get to break down, sir, we see for Burbage Bridge, sir, there's an increase there. And I know the minister is going to say that they're catering for free travel, sir. What I would like to preempt it, sir, what I $1 billion from 200, right? Sir, what I'm asking, sir, when will this commence? And how many vehicles and transit are you catering for here? And is this a recurring expense going forward?
Minister?
Mr. Chair, thank the honorable member for the question. But it's not a secret. The announcement has been made that at the completion of the new Demerara River Bridge, tolls for all other bridges will become free, which would mean the Burbage Bridge as well as the Wisma Mackenzie Bridge. In this subsidy, every year there was a contribution that the government was putting because we were subsidizing the toll. This figure is as a result of watching the traffic flows and taking care, anticipating that at the end of August, the toll-free regime will step in, and it is calculated based upon anticipated flow, based upon actual numbers that transit the bridge, even with a consideration that the toll being free, more people will travel.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understood everything you said, sir. That's why I asked him, sir, you made an anticipation. What is the traffic count numerically that he anticipated?
Minister?
Mr. Chair, I don't have the manager of the Burbage Bridge here with me to give me exact numbers right now, but this is something that could be dealt with in another forum. Getting the number of vehicles, the transit, I can tell you, at the Demerara Harbor Bridge is an average of 20,000 every day, Sundays and Saturdays. The transit of the bridge, the pattern has changed. There are more people traveling the bridge on Saturday and Sundays now than Monday to Friday. The Burbage Bridge is still a private company. It's not a state-owned company, but this is based upon the figures that we have. But I can give you that information of what is it. We have some numbers? We have some numbers. All right, so let me give you some numbers so you could understand. In 2024, there was 406,598. Right. So February we had about 384,000. March, another 384. So we average about 400,000 vehicles per month, giving us a total of about 4.4 million vehicles for the year. And those calculations, and we're anticipating a 2.84 increase with an average daily crossing of about 13,310. Those are the numbers we're getting right now out of what is actually passing through the bridge.
MP?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Sir, the Berbice Bridge concessional agreement comes to an end in 2027. Which means, sir, that obviously for the toll-free period, sir, you will pay them for 2 more years based on the concession agreement. Obviously, double this. Is that correct, sir? For 2 more years, will you be paying Berbice Bridge?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot give that commitment that the honorable member would like to make right now, because there is room for negotiations of what will take place as it relates to that. So I don't want to sit here definitively. Remember, you acquired the ownership of the bridge. We have actually returned that ownership to the company. That's the difference between the two administrations. We don't stifle private sector development. We encourage it. And in the environment of encouraging private sector development, we also ensure fairness, because we have to send the right signal. One of the things about a developing country, and this is where the difference between the PPPC and the AP and UFC differs, you have to send the right signal to the private sector. We cannot, in an environment where people and companies make investments. No, we must say it because sometimes people need to hear it. In an environment where private sector people come in and make investments, and there are agreements, governments must not send the wrong signal. Who knows? Who knows? There might be models for other development projects, and we must be able to keep faith with what we stand for. Thank you.
Sir, follow-up, sir, for the most revealing comment that you have handed back the bridge. Sir, can the minister say that the tolls that they will be paying from August, is it the enhanced tolls, the $8,000 per car that prompted the previous administration to take control of the bridge? Is that calculated, or is it the existing toll of $2,200? In other words, sir, if you've given the company back, sir, they've given them free leverage to increase their fees, and sir, the taxpayers now will be paying a heavier burden now, sir. So thank you for revealing that to the public. And
Mr. Chair, I don't know where the honorable member got $10,000 a car. We have said it, and I will say it repeatedly. When the tolls were set for the Berbice Bridge, whatever it cost a car to cross the steamer and return, and the passengers of that car, was what the toll was. It was never $8,000. What we are proposing to do here right now, whatever is the toll that is being paid now, this is not catering for any increase in tolls. Whatever is the tolls, this money will, when we say it's free, the government will absorb that. There's no increases here. So if there's any jumpy behind the bush that we're trying to pass on money to friends and family and so on, we are keeping faith with the people of Guyana at the same level, the same rate of what it is being paid now.
Honorable Member, MP Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, line item 6321, contribution to local organizations. Transport and Harbors Department, Mr. Chair. To the honorable member, I recognize there's a decrease for 2025 from 1.2 to 1.1 and change. Can the honorable member explain the reason for the decrease, and also to say to this House whether the amount that you're catering now will suffice for the remaining of the year, and we don't see you coming in August, just before perhaps the recess, for supplementary funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sure the citizens of Guyana can be very proud of the delivery of services by the Transport and Harvest Department over the last 4 years. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we made it clear here during the time of the supplementary, and that is what the honorable member is asking. The reason why we asked for a supplementary last year is because we were making more trips and we have additional vessels. So this number that we're putting here now, if you would notice, we started off last year, the best estimate was 974, and this year we're asking for about $1 billion, just $1,160,000. If there is need for more money, yes, we will come to the Parliament and ask for it to ensure that the good people of Guyana, whether they live in Region 1, Comaka or Port Kaituma, or they live in Region 2, Supanam, and all the way to Charity into the Pomeroon, or whether they live in Region 7, all the way into Bartica into the interior, they will continue to get the good service that the Transport and Harvest Department offers. Mr. Chair, and let me just add this. I did report to this House, and I would like to remind you, Honorable Member, that we have brought down the fuel cost because we have been able to kick the racket of fuel smuggling on the vessels down. So we were doing more trips and spending less fuel. And that's a miracle of the PPPC since we took office.
Thank you, Minister. Member Patterson.
No, MP
Sorry,
Ferguson.
Ferguson.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the honorable member for his response. Under the very line item 6321, contributions to local organizations, I note we have an increase for the Guyana Civil Aviation as against what was approved for 2024. So can the honorable member explain to the House what this increase will now take care of? Thank you very much.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, it did not allow me the opportunity because of time during the debates. But the honorable member would be pleased, and the Guyana would be pleased to know that the Guyana Civil Aviation Authority's Training School has just been accredited and certified by Train Air of the ICAO. Mr. Chairman, in another week, a delegation from Guyana will be in Abu Dhabi, of where our instrument of certification will be handed over to Guyana while we were attending the GISS. And Mr. Chairman, let me just inform what that means. It means, honorable member, that we will not only be allowed to train Guyanese, but we can train people from all over the Caribbean and any other country that wishes to come to Guyana because of the quality of training that is taking place here with our air traffic controllers and other people in the aviation industry. I would also like to add that the Secretary General of the ICAO has communicated that the industry has recognized that Guyana offers one of the highest qualities of overflight service that is taking place here. So this little increase to the Civil Aviation Authority, sir, will see greater things being done, and eventually it will become a means of revenue earning, because as people come to Guyana for training, they will have to pay, and we will not have to be coming back to the House to ask for more money. There was a time when we didn't have to ask for money for the Civil Aviation Authority. When Minister Robeson Ben demitted office in 2015, the authority had more than $1 billion in its reserve. When we got there, we were in a deficit, and it's from since then we're trying to get us out. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to put the question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 311, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let's turn to pages 174 and 75. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 312 in this agency stands part of the estimates. And I put the question that Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I turn the honorable member attention to line item 6116 on the staffing details for contracted employees. I note we have an increase by 30 from 232 to 262. Can the honorable member explain the reason for the increase and where these persons are now or will be assigned, and what are the new positions if there's any? Thank you very much.
Minister?
Mr. Chair, this is the program that is delivering to the Guyanese people our infrastructural development that is happening around the country, whether it's roads, bridges, sea defenses, engineers working on aerodromes. We had 7 resignations, and we have employed 24 new engineers, a health safety and environmental officer, procurement officer, 12 clerk of works, 1 accountant, and 4 accounts clerk. That is to improve operational efficiency of the ministry.
Thank you, Minister. MP Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the honorable member for his response, and I'm happy to hear that additional staff are being employed so that we can get the work done to deliver the services to our people. Let me turn the honorable member attention to line item 6272, electricity charges. Honorable member, I note for last year we had 416 million budgeted, but for 2025 you're now seeking an increase, or a total sum rather, of $474,050. Can you explain the reason for the increases, and also the areas or the buildings that will be catered for under this particular line item that the ministry has responsibility for? Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The honorable member, don't just think about buildings. The daily requests of the Guyanese people for streetlights must be catered for, and you would know that we went out for public tendering for the purchase of 100,000 streetlights. 80,000 will be on the grid, 20,000 standalone solar, and unlike others, when we put up lights, we pay our bills. So this is to enhance that. And just before you come back again, you would have seen and heard from the Honorable Minister of Finance, and you would have seen it in your estimates on the infrastructural development. There is going to be a massive layout of road safety measures, including the placement of street lights on specific thoroughfares, including the Heroes Highway, where people have been asking that for. The Prime Minister is heading a special cabinet subcommittee that includes the traffic officers from all of the various regions and specific ministers in various sectors. And we have to pay for those installations and pay the electricity to operate them. So that's why we're happy. It is the improvement that we are bringing to Guyana that is asking for this meager sum in terms of increases. Thank you.
MP Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Through you, Mr. Chair, may I turn the Honorable Member attention to line item 6281, Security Services. I recognize for Budget 2024, the ministry had an approved sum of 6.4 million, and it was subsequently revised to 6.2 million. I note for 2025, Honorable Minister, you're requesting 4.7 million. Can you explain the reason for the reduction? Also, can you say to the House which security services are providing services to the ministry and where exactly the different areas in the ministry is benefiting from this service?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, this line item deals specifically with the payment of salaries and NIS benefits of 5 security personnel working in Region 2. In Region 2, yes. The decrease is also because we had death of 1 security supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. MP Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, for clarification, I heard the Honorable Member stated that this sum represents payment of salary for 5 security officers. Am I to understand these are officers, security officers hired by the ministry, or these are private security officers?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, I would like to assure the member, these are the same security officers that we came and met when we took government in 2020.
MP Patterson.
Thank you, sir. 6255, maintenance of water infrastructure. Minister, we do agree roads have been, I said that being done, roads have been expanded. Sir, but there's a new phenomena whereby derelict cars, drunk trailers, junkyards have been opened and on these roadways, thus rendering a 2-lane road into a single lane. Sir, can you say what portion of this, sir, will you be putting, if any, to removal of these cars, and sir, what will the ministry be putting in place that the roads that you have constructed, which are 2 lanes, remain 2 lanes as opposed to 1 lane and a parking lane?
Mr. Chair, I thank the honorable member for the question, and I would invite him to make a joint statement with me that we send the signal from this National Assembly that the intolerable, disgusting, and unuseful dumping of derelicts along main access roads, private businesses that park unlit lorries, people without permission that put up signboards and billboards that block the view of and vision of drivers, that we could get all of these things corrected. Even if I had 2 signatures, both former ministers Patterson and Ferguson, we will send the right signal to the Guyanese people that when the Ministry of Public Works start picking up these wrecks, nobody could run to offices and make this political issues. As a matter of fact, completed just about 5 days ago, an entire unit of the Ministry of Public Works toured all of our main thoroughfares, all of the alignments that construction is taking place, because there's a phenomenon that is developing. And that's why I'm saying I'm asking the Honorable Minister to join me in signing a public statement that when announcements are made, people find it attractive to go and put up a shop, so that the government will now have to negotiate with them to get them out of the alignment so that the development project will go. So we have a number of issues like that. People are pulling out their fence, people are putting things in the way to say, if you want me to move, this is where I've been selling for the last 20 years. And I've been advising some people, the only thing we would do is not charge you rent for utilizing the government reserve for the last 20 years. So sometimes most of the money that we use, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, to come and clear the main access roads come through our main access roads program. But this is just a small amount to help with some of the things that we are doing. It is becoming a major problem. And I listened to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition yesterday that he will build roads, he will build bridges, he will even build more than the PPPC is planning to build, several points across the Essequibo and the rest of it. We have to be able to send the signal that when a roadway or a road is widened, a corridor is expanded, or there's geometric improvement of a road, it does not give anybody, no matter which party they support, the license to park, to come out with caravans and open pharmacies and supermarkets on the road shoulders and on the roadway. We have to be able to bring this under control. And I make this call this afternoon in the House that this will be something that politics stay far from, because it will affect all of us. So we are addressing the matter. As a matter of fact, in the same subcommittee that I referred, that the Prime Minister is leading, one of the issues that are there to come out with a policy is a policy on trucks. We're not sitting idly by. The Ministry of Housing and Water is looking for lands within the corridors to develop, which will be parking zones for trucks and articulated vehicles, so we can migrate them from the road shoulders into commercial parking areas where they will pay a fee. You come out from the interior, you park there, you come with your canter with smaller stuff as against encumbering and congesting. So that's where we are on that. Thank you very much.
Mr.
MP Patterson.
Mr. Chair, let me assure the reason I raised this issue, sir, is not a political issue, it's an issue which is broad-based concern. Sir, I know you share that concern as well, and we're quite willing to share a joint statement. However, what I was hoping that the minister would say to this House is that there's a definitive program. In the Dennis Street, they widen it, sir, and they're right now, sir, there's railway and embankments at the junkyard and containers all the way. I was hoping the minister should say that with the money we're going to appropriate here, sir, from tomorrow or Thursday, put everyone on notice, sir. Don't wait on the signature of poor, lowly David to do something, sir. And I was hoping that was a response I could have enlisted from the minister.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And for the benefit of the honorable member, the lawlessness on the railway embankment not far from the AFC headquarters, notice was served to that gentleman last week, Thursday afternoon. We have removed derelicts from there and he has returned. And in the presence of the commander of the division, we said to him, if you bring back derelicts now, and that's anybody when we move derelicts, you'll be charged and placed before the courts. The number that I received from the head of this program in terms of traffic safety and maintenance would have shown that we would have spent about $45 million last year moving derelicts, Region 6, Region 5, Region 4, Region 3, Region 2 on the Lynden Highway. And yes, we have to get this under check. We have to get this under control. And we're making it very clear. We don't want to stifle economic activity. We don't want to take bread out of people's mouths, as sometimes we hear the commentary when we act. But certainly, safety. We have had several times, and just to let the leader of the opposition know the magnitude of the problem so he could cooperate on this. The East Bank thoroughfare, we have had to move sand, stone, and other debris from the road shoulders. It is dangerous to encumber the road shoulders because in the case of an emergency, people are trapped. They cannot pass. And some businesses have taken it on their own, yes. And that is why I'm saying let's do this together. We are moving, we will continue to move, and I've just completed the exercise where I have before me the visuals. Yes, the visuals of every area and the instructions, and I'm making this public using this committee of supply to make this. The instructions are, while we move that which has been, and those that are, anything that comes out now, the same day it comes out, the same day it will be removed. No notices. No notices. The same day you come out, the same day you'll be removed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
in the same line, I want to ask the honorable member if he recognizes that on the new road you did through Camberville, the very fence you were putting up blocking people's view.
Yes.
When you were driving, if you drive down that new road, they're putting fences high as your head. So when you try to, you cannot see vehicle. May I also ask you if you are aware that when you turn into the Heroes Highway, the thing is so high that you cannot see. What is the government going to do about the constructions they are doing that are blocking the view and affecting road safety?
Well,
Honorable Minister.
thank you very much, Leader of the Opposition, and I really appreciate your comment. If it's the Conversation Tree project that you're discussing, where we put in the picket fences, safety is the reason why we're doing that for people who are walking in. People do walk there and exercise, Ms. Ferguson. If it is too high, we will have a review, because there is absolutely no difficulty in the review. We could ask my traffic and maintenance head to look at that with the engineer who's supervising the development of that area, to have a look at it, because at all material times, we want people to be able to see. We have heard the complaints about the height of the bridges on Heroes Highway before, and it is something that we are looking at, because no life should be lost because somebody was encumbered or their vision was blurred and the rest of it. We've had situations where we've had to go personally, and it's not a good thing to say. We have to go to people, the way they park their caravans and the rest at the corner. You can't see the incoming traffic, so you have to actually go out to peep, to drive. And when we discover those things, sometimes it's the devil's job to get it on the, but we will review your request, sir. I can guarantee you that we will do a review of that.
Minister, before I take the next person, what the Leader of the Opposition has raised and MP Patterson just commented on is serious. When you're going east to west, either Bissessar Avenue, Pike Street, or further down, the height of that rail right now is being painted white. you have to literally come out because especially daytime, you're not seeing the vehicles coming from the turn, from the most southern turn. Listen, I travel that list really every single day, and it's dangerous, dangerous, dangerous.
He has a big vehicle. Imagine even small vehicles.
Yeah. And not only that, they have a few people are parking their vehicles. Yes. We're not talking the conversation tree end. We're talking the entire section from Pike Street coming all the way to Dennis Street.
Mr.
It's
Chairman,
serious.
I can assure you, as the minister responsible for transportation, within the week, we will do a full review, and whatever adjustments have to be made will be made. And this is in the interest of the safety of all the citizens of Guyana.
And the other thing, most of us traversing that route in the mornings have children in the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
We fully support you on this one, Jim.
Yes.
Thank you.
You are back with 5 minutes you took there.
MP Ferguson.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on that very line item, I would like to make a proposal to the honorable member for him in his review when activity. It will be good for you to take a look at what is happening on the hero highways as you head to, I think, Red Road and Mocha, because it is terrible, very, very dangerous when one coming out from Mocha and the traffic coming north to south. It's risky. So perhaps it is time for both ministries, housing and public infrastructure, look at the idea of mounting traffic lights there to save the lives of our people. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair, I thank the honorable member for her suggestion, and it is included in the discussions that we are doing right now to finalize where and where with the traffic department, the people who manage the traffic, as well as the various ministries in the various sectors. It's all in one discussion, and we are hoping to get that concluded. The Prime Minister told me that he wants to get it done before the Parliament session is completed, and I will urge him that we get on with it. So, thank you.
Honourable members, this
Thank
Mr.
you.
Figueroa.
Thank you, Contractual. On the same line item, Honorable Minister, and I'm happy that you're addressing the issues with derelict vehicles on the main thoroughfares. But I think you also need to give some consideration to the derelict vehicles in the secondary roads. In many communities where there's a lot of mechanic shops, and what we discover in some of these very communities, the mechanics, with all of their efforts, can't fix some of the vehicles. And when that is communicated to the owners of the vehicle, it is left there. The mechanic can take the responsibility to move it, and it's there for months and months. And some instances where the mechanic operates, the roadways are small. And because the vehicles aren't moving, the traffic congestion in the smooth flow of traffic is encumbered. So that too should also be looked at when you are removing those derelict vehicles, and we get a full national cleanup of all of those bad vehicles that is messing up the flow of traffic.
Honourable Minister.
I thank the honorable member, Mr. Figueroa, for his intervention, sir, and the collaborative work. The Leader of the Opposition will advise you that 2801, who I'm sure he's very familiar with, that takes care of the municipalities, and 2802, which takes care of the NDCs. The responsibility of those inner streets are the responsibility of the municipalities and the NDCs. So they have said to us that they don't have the resources, they don't have the tow trucks, and so on. And what we've been doing is getting them to serve the notice in keeping with the law, and when it is not complied with, then we go in and help. but 2801 and 2802 are still the laws of Guyana, and we work with them. But it's also a good time to make a call because, Mr. Chair, I get letters from NDCs as well as citizens with petitions, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, of people in communities that they're upset with that they can't pass. And oftentimes you try to get community engagements because a person working, living in a community, and you're obstructing the flow of your own neighbors. At some time you gotta listen to your neighbors. At some time we gotta be together. We've had to move entire containers, and people have threatened even to sue me. 40-foot containers. You would, because of where you live, Leader of the Opposition, when we were making the bypass, since the Ogle Road was under construction, we had 2 containers when you're coming out to Rupert Craig Highway. We begged and begged and begged for the man to move the containers. We had to move it ourselves. The NDC officials were there with us. So it's a collaborative effort, and I think the consensus here in the House, and I could anticipate support from everyone, is that whatever it takes, we need to get this thing under control, whether it's on the main access roads or it is in the communities, and we will be going forward with that. And if we need more money to supplement what we're doing, when we come back, we're sure you will support us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you. Certainly. Yeah, so, Honorable Minister, I'm very much cognizant of the Chapter 2801 with regards to the responsibility of the municipality. But it is you who have extended the olive branch of collaboration. And I'm saying to you that given the fact that the municipality, especially in Lynden, that doesn't have the capacity to move the debris that exists in all of the 8 constituencies of Lynden where derelict vehicles exist, we are happy that you are extending the invitation, because many of the mechanics that I would have visited brought this to my attention, that they have communicated with the municipality, and the municipality would have communicated with them, indicating that they don't have the capacity to assist in the removing of the debris. So what I can assist you and your team with, in collaboration with the municipality, is bring this to your attention or your team's attention when they come to the community, where these vehicles are, so that when you're coming, you can do one swoop or a coordination of swoop to get all of these vehicles off of the road, because they're cumbersome in their flow of traffic. Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, I totally agree with the Honorable Member. He will know that there's a derelict dump site on the Lynden Highway where we take, and we're going to start selling scrap iron. And we call the sale, let people smash it into scrap and start selling. And it is also important to note, to assist the police, just the other day we handed over to them 50 wheel clamps for cars. And we are procuring 200 clamps for trucks. And that is for a particular reason, because once you make them immobile and you shut them down and you leave them for a while, when people's pockets start being affected, they come into compliance. And they're going to be tough measures, and that is why we have the policy paper at the Cabinet Subcommittee, which we will be discussing. And I repeat, this is not a targeting of anyone. It's bringing back our country to a place of decency and where we could operate in a safe manner. And the agreement that I'm hearing in this House is all of us want the same thing. We might go about doing it different ways, but ultimately we all want the same thing, and we will achieve that. And from time to time, I may call on some of you for your assistance in specific areas, especially where your voice is much louder than our voice. I'm not sure that is still the case, but we will collaborate. Yes.
Honorable members, this is a good time to put a question that is some stated for Agency 31, Program 311. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please turn to pages 174 and 175. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 312 Public Works stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, if I'm, that is what we just finished. We have to go to pages 170. We just finished Public Works. We go to Transport. 313, sir. Page 170.
313. I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 313 current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 6255, maintenance of other infrastructure. Honorable Minister, does this line item cater for rehabilitation or maintenance of airstrips? If that is so, how much is allocated? How much of this sum is allocated towards the completion of the airstrip at Ferry? And why and when can the residents expect its completion? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, construction of airstrips are a capital project. This is maintenance. There are 120 plus airstrips in Guyana. 78 are under the control of the Ministry of Public Works. There are 54 that are active, 54. This sum here is for the maintenance of those airstrips, ensuring the windsocks are in order, it's properly weeded, the approach is kept clear, visibility for the pilots, and so on. As it relates to the issue of Perima, because it's a matter of concern, the contractor that is working on the Perima airstrip at no cost to the government has to get the problems there fixed. And as far as I'm aware, the last report I had a week ago from the engineer is that work is ongoing. The airstrip is currently closed and it will be reopened as soon as that work is complete in a matter of a few months. A few months, not a lot. A few months. A few months.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, Ms. Honorable Members, I know.
Sir.
Honorable Member, Mr. Maipon.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, just to follow up on that same answer, could the Honorable Minister say what is the status and intention with the Wakenham airstrip in the Essequibo River that has been constructed for a while and is in a terrible state? I know that money is being given to the Wakenham NDC for maintenance, but when one looks at that, and when one looks at that airstrip, or what is supposed to be an airstrip, it's an eyesore. And I know Minister Indar will agree with me because he frequents the island. Can we have an update on that Wakenham airstrip and what really is the intention with that airstrip? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to be properly advised so I can give the honorable member the answer. We spend about $1 million in the maintenance of what is the operation of that airstrip is a different matter. Who will go there? And remember, the industry determines where they fly. The government, the GCAA, regulates. If the industry start doing flights or people wanting flights to Wakenham, we are maintaining the airstrip at the level as is, but the industry will have to determine if they are flying there, they're doing charters or what. But there's $1 million for the maintenance of what is at Wakenham.
Chairman,
MP
a
Maipol.
follow-up, thank you. Is that $1 million per year?
Per year, sir.
Sir, may I implore on the Honorable Minister, and I'm sure Minister Indar, his other minister there, would agree with me that looking at that airstrip, which was constructed, I think, in 2012, if I'm not mistaken, it is my view, sir, and I'm sure that Minister Indar would agree with me, that $1 million has never been spent to maintain that airstrip, and perhaps there is need for us to look at what is happening with that $1 million, because, as I said, it's overgrown with bushes, cows, goats, donkeys, everything you can think about that has four legs, are using it to graze and so on, and I don't think we're getting value for that money, and perhaps you should take a closer look at whether it is maintained or not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. $1 million works out to just about $85,000 a month in terms of weeding, and we will certainly take note of your concerns. But we can anticipate new things happening in Wakenham and in Leg 1. Because I'm sure you would like to tell the House that Wakenham and Leg 1 has never looked as nice as it is right now. Accessibility to everywhere, every street in Wakenham and every street in Leg 1 is being built. So I'm sure that with the kind of new revival and the dynamics of the area, we will be able to do that. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Minister, I am anticipating. Seems like the Honorable Mr. Mahipal will be campaigning by plane. So please, fix the airstrip. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 313 Transport current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated stands part of the estimates. Please turn to page 504. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Program 311, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. I put a question that Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I turn your attention and that of the Honorable Member to Project Code 12-14-800. 12-14-800. Government buildings. Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Member, I recognize that the Ministry is requesting a sum of $1,800,000,000. When I went to the profile document, all right, $1,086,000,000. Stand corrected, sir. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, sorry, when I went to the project file, I recognized this sum will cater for 2 buildings. And you know, one is very dear to my heart. That's the 12-story complex that I'm still looking for, but I'll get to that in a short while. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I recognize also that the sum will cater for the upgrade of the facility at Congestion on the east coast of Demerara. So my first question to the honorable member is for him to provide a disaggregation of what will go for this 12-story mysterious building and what will go for the upgrade facility at Congestion. That's my first question, Mr. Chair, to the honorable member.
Mr. Minister.
It's a simple disaggregation, so it's not going to take long. The $86 million will be used at Congestion to develop a base, what you call it, a heavy equipment base. It's not just concrete, but putting in a heavy equipment base so that the machines and so on could comfortably rest there. And the $1 billion is for the continuation of works, both in terms of supervision and construction at the new office complex.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Member. Mr. Chair, this $1 billion that is being requested for this mysterious 12-story building will now give us a total figure of $8.6 billion from 2022 to 2025. But Mr. Chair, I have news for the honorable member, because I visited, and this is what I'm seeing, or I've seen on the location. Trucks mooring to load up with aggregates and stone. This is what is happening on the site. This is what is happening. This photo was taken, I think, on the 17th of January 2025, just before the budget was presented. Mr. Chair, I am concerned because the honorable member, when I run out, the honorable member just run out behind me to give updates. And you would recall, I recognize on January 2nd, 2025, the bishop, the very goodly man, I'm sorry you're in this hot seat, boy, but you got to take the blows and come clean. So, Mr. Chair, I recognize my boy went to the location, and I don't know where he was, on what he was pointing at. Right? So this is my boy, January 2nd. And this is what the honorable member had to say at his site visit. By the end of January, I guess he's referring to 2025, you will be seeing much more work being done on site. While not fully satisfied, I am pleased we are getting ahead and we are able to cross some of the hurdles and we are getting this done quickly. Now, my question to the honorable member, Mr. Chair, can you provide to this National Assembly a status report on where we are with regards to this 12-story mysterious build office complex that I am looking for? Mr. Chair, may I also say, as I'm on my feet, breakdown going up after. Breakdown police station, still up in the air already. King's Jewelry World, hotel gone up already. Aiden by Western at Rob and Ornock Street, up already. They're finished. I don't know what is happening to this 12-story complex. So can the honorable member
provide an update and let us know how the 7.6 billion spent today and what is 1 billion will take care of. Thank you very much.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Ferguson, for your question. And I'm happy, I always tell the truth. It ain't got nothing to do with whether in Parliament or anywhere, so I always tell the truth. The issue that the Honorable Member is raising, she's correct. I visited the site with my project team, observing the driving of piles. The driving of piles for the utility section. And just to remind, it is not a 12-story office complex. It is 4 towers, 12 stories. 4 towers, 12 stories. And all the time I've said that. 4 towers, 12 stories that could accommodate 6,000 staff. If you are listening, you would have heard that every time. And I've shown the nation pictures of the artistic design. 4 towers at all material times. And all the geniuses that exist in the engineering field, whether we are qualified or we have made ourselves self-appointed engineers, will know that if you're putting up 4 towers, 12 stories high, the foundation is very, very important, and you've got to get it right. I have reported to this House that we have moved the site from where I initially indicated that it would be on Heroes Highway, and we directed you to where it is now. Could I be allowed to speak? I didn't disturb you. You want to get a status report? I'm giving it to you. The design build contract is subject to reviews by the consultant. The consulting firm in this place is, in this instance, is VICAP. When I went on January 2nd, is because they did all of the tests at the various areas, got the readings to ensure that we had the correct measurement of the piles and the quality of the piles that needed to be done. And they were actively driving piles in the utility section, and they're to move to the actual Tower 1, driving of piles. I'm happy that you have a photograph, but you should have updated yourself since then, because the media was with me when I went. I didn't hide anything from people. I took the media so they could report it. That's how you got the story. We are in for full disclosure. We know this issue is one that concerns the people of Guyana. So I took the media with me when I went. I would invite you, if you'd like to accompany me, to get on site where you could see properly, and not just from the roadway, what is actually happening, what is on site. But let me give you a status report. Oh. So, the overarching goals of this project is to convert and consolidate, I should say, consolidate various government offices into a single hub for better interconnectivity and interagency collaboration. When we relocated the facility there, it's because we realized that we made a decision that we will not just go down from the roundabout to connect with the Ogle Eccles Road with 2 lanes. We modified the contract, expanded for 4 lanes. The connection when you come over the bridge into Heroes Highway, or you're coming from the East Coast, one of the greatest points of accessibility is where the office complex is being put. We have moved from 7 acres to 20 acres. 13 acres is being used to build the office complex, and the 7 acres is where the special projects unit with its machinery and equipment will operate from. So 20 acres of land will be for the ministries and the special projects unit. With that, we had to recreate the footprint, which I said is done. And as I stand here, I checked with the engineers because I'm anticipating you. The engineer came from the site to this meeting, and they were actively driving piles to Tower 1. 13 acres for the office complex and 7 acres for the special projects unit. Cabinet has since approved the travel of our engineer to go and inspect the factories and the materials that are still yet to be shipped. But I can tell you what we have right now. So the gen sets out of Panama, the GPRI for the supply and delivery of 198 piles, 18 by 18 and 16 by 16 at 105 feet long. Structural steel from Classic Heavy Industry Group Company in China. Pre-stressed hollow core slabs from Turkey, and the rebars from Colombia. The contractor has been paid his mobilization advance, like I reported, and the normal percentage, sir. Nothing fishy, the normal percentage. And we have paid for materials. This 1 billion that is being sought is to facilitate payment for both the supervisory consultant and other costs that will come with the construction. Once you get your heavy loading in of the materials, it's a steel structure. And while I know you're being very impatient, because you would like to see the completed tower so you could admire the work of the PPPC, you will get an opportunity to do that very shortly. The efforts that are being made to get this done is moving ahead, and that's where we are.
Thank you, Minister. MP Ferguson.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I listened to the honorable member. Though not satisfied, but I'll move on. No, hear me out. Yeah, on the same thing, leader. No, I'm moving out from this. I'm questioning. Yeah. Sometime last year, I heard by, I think, some press conference that this engineer, cabinet approved the travel of this engineer. You've just identified 4 areas, 4 countries where these steels and materials are being fabricated and made. Panama, China, Turkey, and Colombia. Is it fair, can I ask whether cabinet has granted the approval for this, whether a staff or 2, to travel to all these countries to inspect these steel frames that are being fabricated? That's one. And secondly, when the staff is expected to travel and how long? For what period? Thirdly, you made mention that the contractor has been paid mobilization funds. 7.6 billion as of 31st of December 2024. Can you say what is the total sum that the contractor has been paid to date? That's the first question.
The engineer is going to Colombia next week, so that's one. Number two, Cabinet has approved, because you know the system, you were a minister of the government. Government officers traveling overseas must have Cabinet approval, but the contract provides for the contractor, the consultant, and the government's engineer to verify. There are 6 purchase orders that were honored, totaling 4,829,000. 6 purchase orders. And the 6 purchase orders, I told you, were for the gensets, the GPI right for the supply and delivery of piles, the structural steel from Classic Heavy Industry Group, Company Limited in China, the pre-stressed hollow blocks core slabs from Turkey, and the rebars out of Colombia. All of these areas will be visited in a matter of months. We're structuring it, and that's what we do.
Mr. Chairman.
Leader of the opposition.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask the Honorable Minister to tell us what percentage of this money is being spent on foundation, what percentage will be spent on towers, and what percentage was delivered for mobilization? Or amounts, both percentage or amounts?
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition, for your question. I could inform you that this project is a design-build project. It's a design-build project. The total mobilization advance that was paid was 2.6 billion. A total of 1.837,932,278 billion was repaid on the IPC 1. A balance of 762 million remains outstanding on the mobilization advance. We have paid the 4.22,829,877. We have paid that in the 6 purchase orders. And then you could put your figures together and you'll see where we are. The 1 billion is to continue paying the supervisory, consultant, and whatever else need to be paid this year as the building advances.
Leader of the opposition.
The Honorable Member didn't answer the question, what is the cost of the foundation and what is the cost for the remainder of the...
I could actually get that to the Parliament, if you so desire, from the consultant and the contractor, what is being spent on foundation and what is being spent on. We don't have it here with us, but in a design-build environment, because you could only pay, Honorable Member Mr. Patterson, for work that is delivered. And the work that has been delivered on the IPC, on IPC 1, which is deducted from the mobilization, is 1.8 billion.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a member, Honorable Member, am I to infer from what you're saying that you do not have a plan which says, if I build in a little house, a little puku house, we just get foundation, core wall, are you saying to me, Honorable Minister, that you have to wait to tell us what the foundation will cost, what the towers will cost on some, explain for me, I'm in trouble.
Minister, on trouble, Leader of the opposition.
Mr. Chairman, I indicated that we could easily get that information to hand over to the House. We don't have it here with us. But if you're going to be doing a project of this magnitude, you must have the cost breakdown. And there is a FIDIC engineer. Apart from the ministry's engineer, there's a FIDIC engineer that is overseeing the project. And you could only pay based upon the approvals that come from the FIDIC engineer. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Leader of the opposition.
could Honorable Minister tell us, in 2023, you paid 2654.387 billion. What was that paid for?
The mobilization advance, Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Good. And then 2023 again, 4 billion plus. What was that for?
I have just outlined to the House the 6 purchase orders.
This is true.
Honorable Member Patterson.
Right, sir, just for completeness, sir. 6 purchase orders, that's to the contractor, sir. Who is the consultant? His contract sum and how much you paid to him.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, the consultant came through a public procurement process, and the name of the consultant is VICAB Engineering.
Yeah.
The contract sum? 1 second. One second, Mr. Chairman, they're getting it off the system. We'll get that figure for the honorable member. They're trying to retrieve it from the system.
Ms. Patterson.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, have you recognized me?
I did.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Chair, quoting from an article carried by Guyana Chronicle on the 21st of January 2024, headlined, "Work to commence soon on 15.8 billion state-of-the-art government complex." Here, my Honorable the Bishop, the article is quoting him as saying that the contract for the facility was signed on December 30th, 2022 with Caribbean Green Building Inc. and is set to be completed within 30 months of the beginning of construction. So 2024 finished, there's 12 months. 2023 finished, another 12 months. So there's 24 months in total with the spill-off we had from 2022. So can the honorable member, one, state whether this project is lagging behind, the reason for it lagging behind? Thirdly, whether this very contractor has the capacity to do the project, since this very contractor, Mr. Chair, is currently building the Sheraton 4-Point Hotel. My question to the honorable member. Thank you very much.
Before, I did call Patterson instead of Ferguson. You're correct.
Because I heard you said Patterson,
Sorry,
so I'm
my apologies,
Ferguson.
my apologies.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, there's always a difficulty in answering the same question over and over and over. I'm coming clean with you. I told this House before that even though the contract was signed, we did not issue the commencement order because we were changing the location. We brought that to the House.
Yes, you did.
I have said that repeatedly. So as the status now from the time of the commencement order, 10% of the project is physically completed, while 34% of the time has elapsed. That's where we are. 34% of the time for construction has elapsed. 10% of the work has been completed. That's where we are as a current status update.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this would give me an
Leader of the
idea.
opposition.
This would give me an idea, Mr. Chair. You want to go?
I already said leader of the
They
opposition.
provide in these projects for employment impact of the project, number of workers to be employed. In this case, in 2025, none is provided. Could you say to answer those questions for us? The employment impact and how many workers are employed at this stage on the project? Yeah.
Minister.
I will help the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and Mr. Patterson to the question they were inquiring. The consultancy contract to VICAB is for $1 billion and 32 million. 32 million. Well, I'm sure you dealt with him before, so you should know that. Good. The second thing is, on site, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition is about 32 persons are working on site. But a project of this size, because of what is happening in the various areas, have people working off site. And I've said that to this house before. You will be seeing it soon.
I think this will be my final question.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Member. Your response to the project lagging behind, you said 34%, right? So would it be safe for me to ask you when exactly the project will commence and whether there's a new timeline for the completion of this project? And if there's a new timeline for completion, can you say when exactly that new timeline is? Thank you very much.
Minister.
The commencement order was February. The commencement order to begin was February 23rd, 2024. 30 months remain. The project is to be completed by August of 2026. August 2026.
Well, you'll inherit it. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member failed to answer part of a question put to him.
I don't know but fail. The minister answered.
Probably.
Whether you didn't get the answer you want to hear is another
All right.
story.
Okay, Mr. Chair. I asked the question whether the contractor, Green Building Construction, Inc., has the capacity to commence the project, since that very contractor is currently working on the Sheraton 4 Point Hotel on parallel to the Hero Highway.
Minister, capacity.
Mr. Chair, the evaluation of the contractor's technical capacity and financial capacity is something that is done not by me. It is done by the National Procurement and Tender Administration Board. When that contract is negotiated and offered, the ministry executes. But as far as I'm aware, the contractor is getting his work done. Unlike the Honorable Member, Ferguson indicated that while I am not satisfied, and I use those languages that language to the contractor on site. We have issued a commencement order on February 23rd, 2024. We have reported to this House the relocation. So this is not news that we are making now. I addressed this at a press conference at the end of year 2023. We came to 2024 budget and we spent at least 40 minutes on this particular subject. If there are concerns about a matter, those concerns, like we would have seen happen here, should be raised. But we should never use the Parliament to create impressions that don't exist. If, and I'm saying to you, just like we would have done with every other contractor, we have done this with every other contractor who hasn't performed. They get their letters of poor performance, and out of the thousands of 5,000 or more contracts that we presided over in 2024, less than 1% had to be terminated or disbanded. Less than 1% of 5,000. Tell me about that performance. Our engineers and our managers are doing their best to ensure, one, we get value for money in terms of quality, time, delivery, and while we are doing our work, minimum interference to the population and ensuring safety. Clear policy directives of how we are going forward. If this contractor, I'm telling you now, if this contractor cannot deliver, we get the early warning signs, so we have to start serving letters of poor performance. I will accompany you to go to the site with me when we will deliver the termination letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chairman, in normal economics and project management, if there is overrun in a project, the cost is likely to go up. Could you assure this House that this project will be done at the stated cost? And if you can't, what projections you have as to where the costs will go and therefore what it will cost the people of Guyana?
Minister?
Yes. Mr. Chair, this is a fixed price contract. This is a fixed price contract, and we have communicated explicit, both in writing in the contract and as well as at our project meetings. This project has to be delivered as designed, at cost, within the time frame. It is explicit.
Mr. Chair, my last,
Go ahead.
My last question on this this line item is that I would like to request that since this building is $15.8 billion, for the honorable member to lay in this National Assembly all the project documents commencing with the contract. Thank you very much.
Will the minister lay?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure I can do that. You have to guide me. I'm not, there's nothing to hide, but then I should be putting everybody's contract who is doing everything in the newspapers. I'm not sure I could do that. I'd have to be guided. I'm not sure I can do that.
Thank you, Minister.
There are dangers that are involved in that because shakedowns and so on could take place, and there are dangers involved.
Thank you, Minister. Leader of the Opposition.
Are you saying, honorable member, that this House, which people elected, that are responsible for representing them, cannot be told the details of a contract involving 15 billion plus?
All of the details of the contract that is for public consumption I've already given. Any document, Mr. Chair, please advise the Leader of the Opposition, any document that is laid in this Parliament is not only for members of Parliament, it goes to the media and it becomes part of the public record where any citizen with good intent or bad intent can have access to it. That's what I'm saying.
And could I ask you what is wrong with that? You are trying to suggest to us that there is some confidentiality clause in it. If there isn't, then it follows ipso facto that you're obligated to table it here.
You know,
Honorable Minister?
Mr. Chair, and I could be guided by the Honorable Member, the Minister of Finance, and I'm no novice around this house since I've served before. And I was in Parliament in the opposition. And I would like any member of the then government to stand up and tell which contract was given to the Parliament and to the public. Name the contract, including the leader of the opposition. Don't ask for something that you know got consequences that when you were in the seat, you did not do. Please, don't create illusions that don't exist. There is a contract that is there. There's a FIDIC contractor, a consultant that is supervising the execution of the contract. This contract has to be audited by the Auditor General. All of the queries that you will have will come from an audit report. But while a contract is being executed, Mr. Patterson, who served as Minister of Public Infrastructure, and the Honorable Member Annette Fergus, who served as Minister within the ministry, please name and tell the Guyanese people this afternoon which contract being executed by you when you were to ministry you led in this National Assembly.
Mr. Chair, I was trying to urge my colleagues to go on.
Name the contract.
Sir, the renovation of CGIA, every single document, I personally walked over and handed to the honorable member who was the thing, so personally.
Okay.
And he has a staff there.
Mr. Patterson, hold on.
No, I wanted to move on, but he called my name.
But just hold on. I am listening carefully. Laying over means we're tabling everybody and everybody get it. Personally walking over
Sir,
and handing is a different story.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I handed his personally and then I gave it to the staff. And there is the clerk right there.
Okay.
Then I gave him, but I handed it personally just because there's
now
always a rumor that the staff did not give him.
You can move on then. You're saying you were going to move on to, okay. So we will check that, right? Honourable members, this is a good time to put a question that the sum stated for program 311. Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We now move to program 312, page 504 and 505. And I propose a question that the sum stated herein. Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Mr. Patterson, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm New Demerara Harbour Bridge, sir. I'm reading from the honorable members. I'm reading from the capital profiles. Do you want me to give you the line item? I'm reading from the capital profile. Sir, you have $450 million here for the Demerara Harbour Bridge, and it says gantry, posts, anchors, chains, patrol boat, which is very, very good, sir. Have no problem at all, sir, with the allocation. Just let me ask, sir, this is to be done immediately because on the 1st of September, this would be no longer needed from the 1st of September, sir. So this procurement will be done to ensure between now and August the 31st. First question.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Honourable Minister.
I have elucidated on the matter of the Demerara Harbour Bridge in this house too often. Tomorrow morning, there'll be an extra 30 minutes of the opening of the bridge. Because the staff who work there day and night to minimum interruption of traffic use the time when we are passing through marine traffic, whether southbound or northbound, to do maintenance work. Trucks, articulated vehicles, even though managing at 18 tons, the way they drive on the bridge, have been destroying components of the bridge, including end posts. The $450 million that we are asking for is for the procurement of anchor chains, 116. Fabrication of 310 feet deck plates, 120 million. Procurement and operation of patrol boat, 95 million. Rehabilitation of 60 end posts, 54 million. Rehabilitation of gantry, 45 million. Rehabilitation of the dredge, 20 million. Just the other day, you would have seen the Facebook post that Span 10 encountered a little problem, and they've noted they got it fixed within 30 minutes, the impatience that existed, and the comments. This is just to keep the bridge operational. And I think I said, and I repeat again, that when we were asking the House for money for Span 9, when this bridge becomes, the new bridge, becomes operational, the Demerara Harbor Bridge will not be scrap iron. There are places that the bridge can be used. So it's not money that is being thrown in the fire. It's to keep it going and to ensure that when we have to move it elsewhere, we got a proper bridge to move. So I'm sure you're supporting that.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I never queried the need for it. I said the bridge was an old girl, 47 years old, you know what I mean? I just wanted to ensure that I got what the allocation is right. So therefore now I move on to my more substantive question. Sir, what happens to the Demerara Bridge Corporation on the 1st of September 2025, sir? Because 31st of August is the drop dead date. There are 155 employees, sir. They will no longer be needed. There's no tolls collecting. There's no bridge to maintain, sir. So I want to make sure that's why I asked my question, what is catered for? So where is the severance pay for the workers catered for? That, sir, is what I would like because of course, I mean, obviously, as he said, the new bridges wouldn't be scrap iron. So can I ask the Honorable Minister, sorry, and this question came to me from the employees. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to doubt the Honorable Member that this question came from the employees. But it didn't. Well, I have already assured all of the employees on the first working day of the year, and the general manager is here, I went to every agency under my supervision, or our supervision, and I spoke with the workers. And the reality of the new bridge coming into being was discussed with them. And I can stand here as a representative of the government of Guyana, the Irfan Ali-led PPPC administration, and say to the workers and to all their families that are listening to me, this caring government will not throw any of them to the curb because of a new bridge. We will not do that. It's not our DNA. It's not our modus operandi. It's not our conscience. We are a caring government. But listen, the Demerara Harbor Bridge, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the Demerara Harbor Bridge Corporation have some of the finest welders that this country has. Mr. Patterson knows that. These men go out when it's raining, Mr. Jones, and they weld, and they fix things. Their services will always be needed. We haven't gotten to the place of severance. They will continue to be employed somewhere. If we are moving the bridge to take it to some other location, You know, they got to carry it. They have to dismantle it. They have to fix it back. So let's not use the parliament, which makes laws, to formulate policy. Policy is formulated at the level of the executive, which is the cabinet. We make laws here. And when the policy is set out and it is clear, we will make that public to everybody. Thank you.
Sorry, I lead the opposition. So I am pleased on behalf of the 155 employees of the new Demerara Harbor Bridge that come 1st of September that the minister said he is making an application for them. Can I ask the minister where? Where in this budget have you allocated to, because obviously, sir, they will be earning no revenue. Where will the cleaners go, sir? Because they can't well. Where will the toll booth attendants go, sir? And where is the money allocated in this budget?
Mr. Chairman, grandstanding is not something that I enjoy. But if grandstanding is required, I will grandstand. I will grandstand if that is what is required. The 155 workers that Mr. Patterson is talking about at the Demerara Harbor Bridge Corporation, they have a union. A union that you particularly don't like. GAU. Their union is GAU. There's a GAU representative who sits on the board of the Demerara Harbor Bridge Corporation who represent the workers. Mr. Patterson does not represent the workers of the Demerara Harbor Bridge. Their union represents them. So if we're going to have grandstanding, I will grandstand in the parliament. I am saying, because I'm not going to allow fear and pandemonium and panic to go to the people thinking that, hey, these people can throw us off the line. That is what this is going into, and I take serious umbrage concerning it. You are not the representative of the workers, the union is. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to repeat for the Committee of Supply and all the people of Guyana, we at the appropriate time, with policy direction formulated at the cabinet, will engage the workers and the workers' union about the future of the workers, ensuring that none of them is thrown to the curb. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chairman, permit me to correct at least one falsehood. It is said that the Parliament does not formulate policy. It does legislation. May I indicate to you that when a policy like you adopted in this Parliament, a youth policy was adopted in this Parliament, it was adopted. And policy can come to the Parliament. May I go to your second contention? It is true that in the realms,
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, you're asking a question or you're making a statement?
I didn't hear that. Let me just think and then I'll ask this question.
No, we are asking.
I'm asking, huh?
Could the Parliament allow me to address the Leader of the Opposition? We are asking questions pertaining to this line item and the policies for which this allocation is fair game. But now we're giving a lecture with respect to overall policy and what could come to the Parliament and what could not. If we have something relating, I thought you were standing to say the Parliament represents everybody and this is our business too. Isn't that so,
I will ask
Mr. Minister? Good.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll ask a question, but don't forget, it is he who promised to grandstand. The question I want to ask you is, what is the plan for the workers from the bridge company?
And that was asked. Honorable Minister, you have another opportunity to...
For the purposes of clarity, sir, policies are made by the executive. It can be brought to the parliament to be adopted, but we don't sit in a committee of supply to make policy. That's the point I'm making. And that is what I was addressing. Secondly, the parliament does not make policy. The parliament make laws. The executive make policies. The issue that is at hand is that we as a government would like to assure all the people of the Demerara Harbor Bridge, and I dare say to you, they have never been this comfortable in terms of being compensated in the history. They are satisfied. The management that is there, the new management that is there, has earned their stripes of ensuring that the workers' welfare is taken care of, because people come first for us. Things come after. That is our policy. People come first. We love people and use things. We don't love things and use people. That is the difference here on this side of the house.
Honourable members, I think this is a good time to put the question.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead. Here we are 312.
Pardon?
We are 312, capital?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So,
And you said, I put the question before?
you are going to put the question, so I asked
Go ahead.
for 312. So it's still open.
It's still open.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, the new this is capital profile, sir. The new Demerara Bridge crossing, sir. Of course, this year 20.155. 3 months ago, there was 4 months ago, sir, mid-year, there's a big press conference which put the bridge at 70% completed. The bridge themselves are set out, they won't be completed to the end of the year, sir. And then it's a drop dead date of the 31st of August 2025. That's a drop dead date, sir. And then, so I would like to ask 2 questions of the ministers, sir. How much work, what percentage of work would they have done for you since your last major announcement of 17? What's the current percentage? Are there any claims
Minister?
outstanding, sir?
Mr. Chair, I would have loved to avoid having to respond to such a question. But I could read what our report said. The project was 78% completed. 61.72 of the bridge was completed. We had the landmark event when girders started to be installed. But the honorable member asking the question fully well knows that we could not have handed over the right of way to the contractor because that he knows the because. We approached the courts because we were working out compensation and relocation benefits with everybody. That is within the alignment of the East Bank Public Road and the water side on the eastern side of the bridge. Mr. Chair, this bridge could have been advanced. And Mr. Patterson knows, the honorable member, that when you're doing construction, time after the pouring of concrete before you could proceed to the next level and proceed to the next level. It got to cure. And we lost time because we couldn't put down the piers in the section that the Honorable Member Mr. David Patterson was a quantity surveyor, that give people valuations that built an expectation that was way beyond the sky, that the courts did not even honor. So, and I have said it here in the Parliament, and I've said it before, politics played an important role in the delaying of this bridge because persons closely aligned to the opposition worked with those residents to block their moving, to delay this bridge. And I can take me wherever you want to take me on this. Take me to the Privileges Committee if you want to take me. Carry me wherever you want to carry me. Sue me if you want to sue me. I have the evidence. The Honorable Member did not even show up in court to defend his valuation. If you give people a valuation, go in court and defend it. Go in court and defend it. And Mr. Chairman, you know what he said? The people.
Hold a minute, Minister. Are you standing on a point of order?
Yes, sir. Ask him to withdraw that, sir.
Withdraw what?
That I never represented the people, sir, every single day, and I stand by it. And if the honourable member, sir,
hold a second. Hold a second, please. I asked you if you were standing on a point, or you said yes, right? So you tell me first what's the point of order,
sir,
and then I make a ruling on that. You don't proceed to make a speech.
Very good, sir. My apologies, sir.
Accepted.
Right. Sir, the honorable member has imputed that I declined or never went to represent clients on a case.
Honorable Minister, I didn't hear you fully, but if you're saying that he represented clients rather than giving valuation, it's two different things. So you
Mr. Chair, let me make it pellucid for the people of Guyana.
Okay, don't make it pellucid. I'll check the records, and if you are saying that he represented people, we'll strike
I am saying that he provided valuations.
That's what I thought. That is what I thought I heard. The honorable member is saying something else, so we'll have to check.
And when we went to court, the government went to court to ask an impartial arbiter to set the price for compensation to the good citizens of Guyana. Because if you weren't satisfied with what the government was offering, let a court of competent jurisdiction and an independent arbiter declare the sum. That's all we went to court for.
Right.
Mr. Patterson could have gone to the court to defend his valuation.
You're imputing the... hold on, honorable member. Please. I don't know if it's his responsibility to go to court.
No, but sir, I did go to court.
And you did go to court?
Yes, that's the talk.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. He should be withdrawing.
So that should be withdrawn. He went to court.
On several occasions.
Mr.
Bart
Chair,
Smith was his lawyer. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to go into all the details. He probably sat in the court. But did he defend his figures in court?
Every penny.
Did not.
Every single penny.
So the honorable member,
tell the world is what he ended up paying.
Honorable Bishop, Minister, the MP is saying that he did. So
Chair,
let's proceed.
I'll proceed. But I follow this. Mr. Leader of the Opposition, let's be fair. The truth cannot be hid. It don't need clutches. People know. Let us say it. The people who did not even have title to land, we offered them a titled property, plus money for the moving, plus money for their moving. The court ruled that they were not entitled to land. They just got the money. The person who stood up publicly with her cell phone that was shown to the whole world that Bishop Edgell is bullying them ended up at my office trying to work out a deal because they didn't even have title or ownership to the property. And that is what politicians were doing. All of the cases were settled. Every single one was settled. And the 3 remaining cases that there was some dispute about the compensation, we agreed with the court that we will lodge a specific sum with the registrar until those matters are determined. And in one case, one of the persons who were acting, behaving as if they had the title, we had to even agree with the court because he didn't have any legal entitlement to the money that was being paid to him. All of the persons, we paid their rent to move to a house while they were under construction. Staff from my ministry went with the high-up trucks and laborers to move people's furnishings with clear instructions. Nothing should be damaged. We had an instance where somebody was having mental health challenges. We stayed the operation until that person was stabilized. The husband and the family moved and the person returned. We failed to demolish because people's welfare comes before things. And in every instance, the PPPC government treated the people there with care and ensured that whatever was required, my permanent secretary is sitting right here. As the judge made the orders, the checks were written immediately. As the judge made the orders, and we got the orders, checks were made and paid. But, thing on to do with time, it got to do with the truth. Because we would like to come now and say the bridge is delayed, but the bridge is delayed because of actions taken. And it's the same thing that happened elsewhere. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, we will address his points otherwise. But every citizen, by law, has the right, sir, to carry anything to court. And they have the right to choose a lawyer and representatives who they want, who they feel are competent, irrespective, sure, of the opinion of the minister. Sir, and what the people of this country would really like to know, sir.
Honorable Member, I think you don't have another question. I'll
put the question. No, sir, I'm moving on.
So please.
So I'm moving on. Sir, and just in passing, maybe the Honorable Minister would like to lay here, be transparent, and tell them how much he paid. Sir, the East Coast, East Bank, Damrara Road linkage. Sir, 7.74 billion is allocated, sir. Can the Honorable Minister say the status of the project and, sir, the status of the project for us, sir?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, my engineer is going to just give me one piece of guidance. Mr. Chair, this project, even though criticized during the general debate that it is behind time, is 94% completed. We have also ensured that the connector at Higgs Bush Road moved from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. And all of that is being completed before February. end of this year.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, and this is also a good time to thank the people, the residents of Ogle, who we had to acquire property from. And it shows the difference of when human beings act as patriots and as citizens as against when they're politically inspired and counseled. The people of Ogle, the three families who have given us, based upon our law, to acquire and pay compensation, because they want the road to be done in a timely manner, even before everything was completed, they give us access to the property that we wanted. What a big difference. 94% completed. If you hear the prices.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad he's completed. Sir, Mr. Chair and Mr. Opposition Leader probably treated him like a person at Lot 55 Peters Hall, where they paid him $55 million, and the one next door, they only want to pay $14 million. But, sir,
I'm going to put this head if you continue to make these
I was just educating the opposition leader, sir.
Please, come
sir,
on. We have time.
Sir, I have time.
But
sir,
your interventions are not questions.
My apologies, sir.
You're asking now for a comparison between compensation at Ogle versus Peters.
I was just responding to the opposition leader, sir. My apologies. Sir, I'm moving on, sir. Highway improvement East Coast. Sir, the $17.477 billion, sir, and it's for 5 programs, 5 according to the profile on. Sir, can the honorable minister be kind enough to disaggregate them? Tell us the percentage completed and the completion date for 1, 2, 3. Sir, the whole bridge. No. And sir, the feasibility studies and design at 5, sir. What are they? When were they done? Or when will they be done?
Minister?
For the avoidance of doubt that anyone could claim discrimination, the compensation paid to the people at Ogle, none of them exceeded $2 million. Silence in the house. None of them exceeded $2 million. Land. Yeah, make excuses now. Mr. Chair, the 4-way, 4-lane road that is being built from Sheriff Street to Orange Nassau, and the upgrade of the road from Belfield to Mahaica is moving apace. And we have a major challenge. The transmission lines are in the alignment of the road. And while you would have seen work being done, we understand the frustration of the people every time there's a power outage. And we have worked with the Chinese to develop a methodology of how we can get sections of the road completed and usable while we are waiting to move the transmission lines. The transmission lines will be moved to the backlands, which will be as part of the integrated upgrade of GPL. The only other place we had to move the transmission lines was towards the seawall. And the residents and the good people of the East Coast cried against it because kite flying is still a big issue in Guyana. and we don't want anybody being electrocuted. So right now, there are 6 contractors that have been awarded contracts to the building of the road at the back, so we could get access to put in the transmission lines. And while the contractor continues to build out on the 3 lanes that is available to them until we get to move the transmission lines. Since you managed, well, I wouldn't say managed, since you were the minister responsible for GPL when you were in office, you will know that in order to de-energize the transmission lines on the railway embankment, we have to energize the one at the back first. So we are working with GPL and the contractor and all the parties involved, but we are working to get that thoroughfare fixed. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we used to have major problems on the East Bank, and I know you lived at Eccles, and you would be caught, before Heroes Highway, you would be caught in that congestion on a daily basis trying to head into Georgetown. Those of us, including the leader of the opposition, depending what time he leaves home, would know that coming off the East Coast right now, the congestion is of a similar nature like what transpires. You could take 30, 40 minutes in traffic to get into Georgetown just because of the volume, and what is taking place. So there is a major upgrade that could also include that you could turn Ogle and you could connect with Aubrey Barker Road. Aubrey Barker Road is being pushed all the way to Ogle. Contractors are working on it right now. So you could come from Ogle, connect with Aubrey Barker. Then you could come Ogle on the same road we were talking about just in the Ashoka Bilkon, the Indians are building, and you could connect with Higgs Bosch. You will be able to connect with the Demerara Harbor Bridge. The contracts for the connector roads of the Demerara Harbor Bridge have already been awarded. Contractors are in place, work has started. We have improved Conversation 3 so that you can have another artery if you're heading south. We've brought it down to Dennis Street. We're now moving it to Francois Avenue. That contract has already been signed and work is taking place. You have to come out to Sheriff, and we're going to continue developing as we go along. Dennis Street, the bridge at Dennis Street, which is a choke point because it's narrow, we have to expand that, and we're going to put in 4 lanes at Dennis Street. 2 on the alignment that currently exists, and 2 on the northern side of the trench. The bill to that has already been formulated. So you'll have several possibilities of interacting. When you get out to Mandela, we are currently putting in the street, Mr. Norton and Ms. Ferguson, because you are in that area steady. Sussex Street is connecting from Mandela Avenue all the way down to High Street. And that is being improved.
The Lombard, actually.
Yes. The Princess Street, when you come through Cemetery Road, that some of us thought would never be finished, it is now moving all the way down to High Street. So we're expanding and creating alternatives to deal with the sheer volume and increase in traffic. We got to work with our partners to get this East Coast corridor completed in the shortest possible time, and we are working on it. What's the percentage of work?
Mr. Chairman.
We've completed 47%.
The leader of the opposition, the minister is on his feet. Let him come.
Chairman,
yeah.
It is well
you finished here, Minister?
Yes, 47% of it is completed.
Okay, go ahead, leader of the opposition.
It is well established that the way that the roads are being done, it's not solving directional conflicts.
It is what?
It's not solving directional. Could you? It's a straight question. How is this approach going to reduce congestion if it is not dealing with the directional conflicts? That's what I'm asking.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the The last 4 years have seen, or we have seen in Guyana, significant improvement to our thoroughfares, geometric improvement at intersections. All of that is being done to deal with traffic flow. Now, the leader of the opposition is raising a point, and he's saying that it is established, but it's not established. It's not. If we have more considerate road use, traffic will be flowing better. Look at the roundabout. A roundabout, you don't stop in a roundabout. So the police have to go there because of the lawlessness in the roundabout. And enforcement, just like we were saying just now about the trucks and the derelicts, it has to be a collective approach where we get people to use, look, on Sheriff Street, there's a cycle lane, and I'm sure you've been undertaken in the cycle lane on Sheriff Street already, in the cycle lane. So the issue here is that we have to get more lanes. We have to get more lanes. We have to be able to get more people participating in cautious, careful, considerate driving and using our roads in a proper way. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Leader of the opposition.
Mr. Chairman, I ask a simple question. How does it deal with directional conflict? Mr. Chairman, I'm being told that it eased congestion, but Sheriff Street was never as congested like it is now. I'm asking you these questions. We can condemn people for their attitude. I have no problem with you saying there are problems with our driver's attitude. But the question of coming out from Mocha or Eccles or any one of them on that highway has nothing to do with attitude. It has to do with construction that didn't deal with the directional conflict.
Thank you.
Minister.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I might, in my own manner, describe what the leader of the opposition has just told the nation, that the PPPC administration are now victims of their own success. The volume of traffic has increased because of the policy initiatives that makes it more affordable for car ownership. You see how the series clicking and changing fast. Guyana is a construction zone. Everywhere work is taking place. Trucks that are carried, there's canters, so there's more traffic. It is the success story that is putting us in the position that we're in, and I'm happy that the leader of the opposition has admired that our policies have created a success, but it has also created a challenge. And we will deal with that challenge. Thank you very much.
Mr. Minister, I'm tempted, and I'm asking myself if I could ask a question.
I will indulge, Mr. Chairman.
Because I'll stop the clock. I stop the clock. This is the second time I will agree with the opposition leader. No one is studying. Don't tell me about traffic flow. I drive Sheriff Street again, almost twice a day. And it's the most congested time. It's easier for me to go straight across Sandibab, Vlissingen, or go right down and cut through St. Stephen Street and go to back. So that's one. And secondly, when we introduce traffic circles, we never teach people how to use it. That is true. The first thing you do is the left lane to go for the first turnoff on the second. If you want to go to the third and fourth, the inner lane. Simple. And I think we need to sit down and listen to people, the road users in particular, because some simple, as Sam Hines, former president, used to say, it's about flows, study flows. I think we've exhausted this. You agree with me, Mr. Patterson?
Sir, I'm not going back on that, sir. I have other questions on this here, sir. Sir, and I 100% agree with you, sir.
Your clock was stopped 3 minutes ago.
Sir, and I 100%. And if it's anything, sir, once again, we on this side give our commitment that we will work on this particular traffic issue anytime with anyone, sir.
I am prepared to volunteer.
Pardon?
I am prepared to volunteer.
Yes, sir, we will, because it is a national issue.
Even Minister Ben will tell you, when we first introduced traffic lights, I had to intervene.
Yeah. Yes, sir. So sir, we annoy them on that. Sir, I'm moving on.
You still have 12 minutes remaining.
Yes, that's why I'm moving on, sir. Lynden, Mabura, sir. This project, sir, was supposed to be completed. It's not. I would like to provide a status update, sir. And the question of claims, and notice the opposition was there involved. Sir, the contract was halted last year, June, for several months, sir. Can the honorable member say what caused that? Has it been resolved? And when can we anticipate, sir, today, 40 of the 147 kilometers reported completed. When can the country expect this? Okay, 40 to 121, my bad, 6 bad.
Mr. Chair, this project is lagging. It's 39% complete. It's 39%. 39% complete. The initial date of completion was June 19, 2025, which is 6 months away. The honorable member has asked about the issue of claims. It is an interesting question because I notice in today's online news, there was a story that is announced that this project is now for December 2025 completion. If that is being mischievous, I don't know. But as the minister responsible, I am unaware of any engagement with my team or with the FIDIC engineer that we have agreed on a December 31st, 2025 completion. So I'm using this opportunity to clarify that. The House and the nation should know that the contractor, after taking the project, came with a number of propositions, trying to use clauses of the contract to say that he's entitled to this and entitled to that. We share differences of views. They invoked price escalation clauses, which went to the DAB. And there have been continuous dialogue and negotiations with the contractor. And at this time, while we are having dialogue and negotiations, when we have not settled on everything, If others would like to be reckless, we as a government will maintain good faith that the ongoing talks and negotiations and settlement, we will not pronounce on that now, but we will say clearly the interests of the people of Guyana will be our #1 priority when we deal with this matter. The government of Guyana has gone past just the Lynden Mabura Road. We are looking right now to move the road to Kurupakari. We have 3 lots, Mabura Hill to Kurupakari. All the bridges from Mabura Hill to Kurupakari are under construction, just like how we have completed all the bridges from Kurupakari all the way into Letem. The Prayara, which made the news, we didn't finish it in time. The water came, it was high water, people were seen there with boats. Yes, it was true. The bridge is now completed. And we are looking at an engagement, discussing with different parties of how to make this hemispheric link to be completed in the shortest possible time. So we will continue to engage. The contract is working. And yes, there are issues that are not resolved. We are behind time. And as soon as we could get all of these things worked out, just like we would have done with any other project, we have nothing to hide. We will tell the nation what's going on. But since we are at this stage, I will reserve my right to not prejudice the outcome by only saying where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable MP Patterson.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm moving on, and I think we have about 15 minutes left, sir.
I have 9 minutes. Not 9, sorry, 7 minutes.
So you have to give me back the time that you used.
I did add back the 3 minutes.
Sorry, but the time before, sir.
But we
sir,
are arguing.
I move on, sir. I move on, sir.
Just for your, we started at 4 for 2.5 hours. It should be 6:30. So I added 3 minutes to 6:33. I'll give you another minute because of this exchange.
Gracious, sir. Sir, I move on, sir. There is the farm access road, sir. There's Parika, Goshen, Macoria, Tamari. Sir, can the Honorable Minister disaggregate those 3 sets? So yes, and give us a contract sum, sir. There are 3 projects there. And the individual percentage completed for the 3 sections, sir, and the anticipated completion date. Sir, farm access roads, sir. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Parika Goshen Road is being done in phases. And I think I told the House that the bridge across the Bonasika, or the Macaura, Bonasika Creek, the bridge I think is 120 meters or something like that. The bridge across the Bonasika, which will make the link complete, is now out for tendering. On the Sand Hills to Bartica, the bridge at the Macaura Creek, which is, the length is about 50 meters long, that has already been awarded. The bridges from Schoonard all the way through to Parika, we are now out to tender for those bridges. So right now, you can drive from Sand Hills to Falmouth, but you'll have challenges because the bridge is not there depending on the height of the water. The entire alignment from Parika to Goshen has already been cut. The entire alignment from Schoonard to Parika has already been cut. We have been moving this in phases. Thank you.
Honorable Member Patterson.
Sir, just thank you very much for the answer. Very, very clear, sir. So the money that you have allocated here, if I'm listening to you, the $3 billion and what the public can glean are primarily for the bridges, because I actually did to disaggregate it. And you told us the Perica Bridge, the Sand Hill Bridge.
I can give you the disaggregated form.
That's what we asked, sir, and the Bonacika Bridge.
Let me help you. So Molson Creek to El Dorado, you know, we've been building the road from Molson Creek going back in, opening up farmlands. To El Dorado, 250 million. Sorry. Molson Creek to El Dorado serves two purposes. That's where we're connecting with the abutment of the Quarantine River Bridge, and we are moving the road in. Right, so that's 700 million. Construction of bridges at Molson Creek is 400, and the continuation of phase 4, 300, that would be 700 million. Tamiri Sand Hills, Makaura Bartica, 350 millions, which is an upgrade of 11 kilometers of sand trail to on-surface fair weather roadway from Sand Hills to Makaura Creek. The Perica Goshen Makaura link, construction of bridges at Maripub main drain and Aliki main drain, 800 million. Construction of culverts between Bonacika River and Iteka, 150 million. Construction of 20 kilometers of on-surface fair weather roadway from Bonacika to Iteka, 1 billion.
Thank you, Minister. MP Patterson. Yeah, you still have 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes, sir. Sir, I still have. Sir, we have here, sir, I just go to, sir, the Lynden Highway. Sir, can the, up the Lynden Highway, sir, two contractors there, sir, Trinidad and a local contractor. Sir, can the minister use it up, say what is complete and when, what percentage is complete, and when do we expect this work to be completed?
Honorable Minister.
Here, just to correct one thing, there are not two contractors. It's a joint venture. One contractor. The contract sum is 161 million US, 161,369,374.54 US. Signed on July 19, 2024. Commencement date September 5th, 2024. Contract duration is 2 years, which will be completed by September 2026. Overall progress so far is 10%. We have site mobilization at 3 locations, Madawini, Long Creek, and Moblista. There's stockpiling of materials. You see it all the time when you go on the highway. There's 180,000 tons of white sand, 200,000 tons of loam, 200 tons of aggregate and crusher run. There are 50 containers of bitumen. Equipment mobilization, there are 50 pieces of construction equipment. Surveying is 95% completed. Clearing and grubbing of shoulders, 100% completed. Construction of expanded shoulders, 5%. The preparation of the base has started. Materials testing is 60%. Disbursement so far, 18% of the contract sum has been disbursed so far. Project progress, at the end of 2025, projected at the end of 2025 will be about 60%.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Patterson, you have 2 minutes savings on the previous head, so you still could go to 6:35.
Mr. Chair, sir, I will go immediately to Stelling. Stelling, sir, And particularly, sir, and there's a provision of $1 billion, sir. I don't see Mr. Minister Paramakatoy, Marijuana, Cubana in the legend, sir. And they...
Paramakatoy Stellings?
No, not
Port Kaituma.
Port Kaituma, my apologies, sir. Port Kaituma. Sir, Kumaka, Stelling's here. Sir, can the Honorable Minister give us an update on those there, sir? I would assume they're under this line item.
No, they're not under this line item, but I wouldn't rob you of the information. It's on the transport, it's not under this line item, but I wouldn't rob you of the information. For the Port Kaituma Stelling, I've reported to the nation that the work was substantially completed and there was movement in the soil towards the water side. I think it went into the ring because sometimes when we don't understand some things, we have to make amusement and comedy of it. We have since engaged, and I said, let me just put it this way, it was established at the ministry with all of the engineers that the contractor executed the project in keeping with the design. And that the person who designed the Stelling also supervised the construction. Since we had the movement, we have established a team, bringing in independent experts outside of the project. Just last week, they made their final visit to the site. And it would appear that we do have a decision on a new design to make sure we deal with the movement. And the contractor has been asked to cost the differences of what work he would have to do. And as far as we see, it can be accommodated within the contract sum. The other stellings, which would be the Kingston Goods Wharf, maybe I should thank Mr. Brian Tiwari and BK for acting in a responsible manner of accommodating their neighbor, because vessels in the waterfront intermingle with each other and their neighbors. And you would have seen that the work is advancing at the Kingston Goods Wharf, not at the pace that we would like it, but we've been an inconvenience to our neighbor, and he has graciously allowed us to. We want to get that in. That's 71% completed. We are completing the work at Kumaka. Where's Patrick? Please come. The percentage of work at Kumaka, we just had a situation there that we're not proud of, but we are grateful that no one was injured. The crane driving piles toppled over. It's not a secret, but we're glad that nobody was injured or nobody was hurt. What percentage we are there? We are about 50%. The Stelling at Marijuana, we are at 15% on that. And if you would like to also know, I would probably invite you to join us for the completion of the opening of the Bartica Stelling, which would have been completed a long time ago, which is now being tested and be ready to go by the end of March. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, I give you a final question. Always. You want to go to 313?
Yes.
Well, honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 312 capital stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Gracious Speaker.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. I now propose the question that the sum stated for program 313 transport. Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. MP Patterson.
Right, sir. Only have one question. Sir, during the minister's budget speech, sir, he made reference that they're buying a new boat. Everyone can remember to ply the, and then a new boat to go up to Region 1 and those things, sir. Sir, on the ferry vessel and ferry vessels in Stelling, sir, I see $200 million here, sir. Is this the sum you have allocated to buy the new cargo boat and the new boats for passengers to Mr. Minister? And if so, sir, what type of boat you buying with this?
Minister?
Sir?
Chair, the intent is that we are seeking to purchase a vessel that can carry probably more than 250 passengers and about 60 vehicles to go on the Supernam Rico route. And we are looking for a vessel that can carry between 150 to 200 passengers and 30 or so vehicles to the northwest. We have dispatched a team that included the Director General of the Maritime Administration and a mechanical engineer from that unit as well, to go to various sites, both in the USA and in Quebec, Canada, to inspect what is there. I have a report, but we are looking to do that. That's what we're doing here.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for program 313. Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, before I take the suspension, we had a check of the records, and we have what was laid so far with respect to Cheddajagan International Airport is the contract, which was laid the 15th of March 2012, the loan agreement laid 7th of February 2013, and the dollar credit line agreement for the photovoltaic power plant that was laid the 17th of May 2024. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, if we're inaccurate there, can you please work with our staff to check?
Sir, I can guarantee you, sir, it's inaccurate. It was a big public spectacle at the time as well.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before you take the suspension, would you allow me?
Honorable members, Minister, just before you,
sir,
Mr. Patterson?
No, sir, I was just saying that if you make me, sir, let me offer my thanks to the staff of the public infrastructure for enduring myself and the rest of the opposition, sir. That's what I wanted.
I would like to say thank you too, sir, to them.
Thank you, Honorable
As their
Minister.
former minister.
Minister, I guess both members knew what I was going to do, because on behalf of myself and my colleague, the Honorable Member Deodat Indar, we'd like to express our thanks to the men and women who work day and night, Sunday to Sunday, sometimes to their own peril, to make things happen in this country, to answer the concerns of people, and to respond to the emergencies as they develop from time to time. We have not been perfect, but they have done a fantastic job. And I would just like to remind, sir, that Guyana is in good hands with the PPPC at the helm. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I also join with you in commending your staff for the excellent road network which we have seen, and more particularly for joining you in taking us through your agency. Thank you, Minister, and thank you, staff. Honorable members, before we go, we have 5.5 hours of questioning remaining. We are breaking, according to my time here, at 6:44. We'll be back in 1 hour, and the person to ring the bell that the speaker is waiting for a quorum for the next session is Gita Chandan Edmund.
Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, take time on night. Though we